So, I think we are live. This is the first ever Tech for Banana live, actually. Let me see if my camera is perfect. All right, so let me open the chat here. Okay, now I see. Hello from Uzbekistan, Canada, US. Awesome. Okay. I have some really cool stuff prepared for you guys, but before we get into it, I really want to kind of get the energy from the community because I saw a lot of people have registered, which is amazing. And it is not surprising for us because we see exactly the interest and demand for the type of information that I'm going to share with you today, which is basically DevOps career. There's so much happening in DevOps world, so many things changing all the time. That sometimes we engineers think how, it's probably time to standardize everything and not kind of keep everything changing all the time. But it is how it is. And let's use this session to kind of get some clarity about the next steps, career steps, career goals, how to navigate this complex jungle of DevOps. I'm super happy for all of you guys who are joining. Hello from Uganda, I think. Hi from Georgia. Hi back. India. Wow. We have the whole world. So I'm right now in Vienna, Austria. So in our time zone, it's 6 p.m. So I think I'm going to be going to bed right after the session because I think my approximate estimation is probably going to be like 3 to 4 hours, including Q&A. And by the way, I have a lot of slides prepared. I have statistics prepared. Me and my team researched a lot about the job markets. We prepared a lot of data to give you some compressed knowledge. But I think the most exciting part for me, but also probably for you, is the Q&A part because I want to hear your questions. We also received some of the questions before that you guys submitted on YouTube community. So I'm gonna try to cover as many of your questions as possible because I think that's the core of the content today because I want to make sure that all of your questions get answered, okay? So that means we have people from, again, India, Greece, Tunisia, all over the world. That's amazing. Hi from Heatsink. Vienna, Austria, awesome. Yeah, so including the Q&A, it's probably going to be 3 to 4 hours. That's an estimate. It could be shorter, probably not longer because then it's going to be like midnight here. But we can get started already. Awesome. So I'm scrolling the live chat and it's basically a lot of... Okay, so I'm gonna tell you guys exactly when you can start posting questions so that your questions do not get lost in the chat. And Nicole is also on the live call and she's gonna basically immediately copy your questions. We're gonna have a bunch of them so we're gonna try to categorize them so we can cover all of that. I have my water here in case I talk too much and my voice gets dry. So I have everything prepared. Let's get started, okay? Awesome. So hope the slides are working. All right, let's get to it. So what are we gonna cover today? What am I gonna talk about? Mostly we're gonna focus on DevOps market, the job requirements, but also I'm gonna do everything in a context of what's going on in DevOps, what are the changes, what are the trends, what are the things that have remained constant, because it seems like everything is changing in the DevOps world because so much is happening and we're bombarded with this news, but there are a lot of things that are staying stable and constant, okay? And it doesn't feel like this, but in reality, a lot of things, like for example, a lot of the things that I was talking about 5 years ago on Tech for Banana channel are still relevant, sometimes even more relevant today, which means a lot of things are actually staying consistent. So we're going to talk about that as well, so you don't have the anxiety that you constantly have to keep up with the changes. Of course, we're going to address the impact of AI. And again, it's not as crazy as we are made to believe, or it seems from the outside. It's actually way more chill than it is, and I'm gonna dive into that. I'm also, of course, going to talk about career steps, because we got lots and lots of questions from people who are junior engineers who want to transition into DevOps, how to, what path to follow, because I understand I was at zero as a DevOps engineer at some point, and I remember looking in the future how overwhelming this whole thing was. So I'm going to try to dive into the roadmap and again, answer a lot of your questions specifically about that. And I also have some bonus tips about job hunts, how to prepare your LinkedIn profile, everything basically to make it useful for you so that you can. So basically by the end of this call, I want you to have much more clarity about your specific next steps, okay? And I'm starting with DevOps market and some major numbers, but at the end of the day, you don't care about the market trends. You care about what is it that you as an individual contributor, as an individual engineer, have to do based on the data to basically prepare for your next career step, right? What does it mean for you specifically? So that's what I'm gonna try to focus on and use all this data to kind of feed into that. So that's my main priority, because I know that's what is the most interesting for us. We still have a lot of people joining. Servus. A lot of people from Europe, India, US, Canada. Awesome. Okay. I try to keep the statistic as simple as possible, because there are a lot of numbers, but again, let's narrow it down to what is the most important thing. I'm pretty sure that a lot of you have seen these clickbaity videos on YouTube where people are like, is DevOps dying? Is everything, going towards reduction in terms of DevOps? Should I still learn DevOps? And this like kind of making people anxious, because it's a clickbaity title, right? People want to kind of get that intrigue from people. And this is just one very official, and a lot of people have shared this specific statistic from the official source, that just in one graphic, I mean, look at this. It shows in very clear terms that DevOps is not dying. I mean, 2024, right? That was last year. The DevOps market forecast, right? And think of it, what does DevOps market mean, right? Think of all the DevOps platforms, all the technologies, all the platforms that companies are using in order to implement DevOps, and all the tools that they're using. So the total market share of all of that, right? The estimate of how much that is worth, all these technologies and all this combined. And look at the prediction so this is 9 years, right? Not even 10, not even decade. Like 81 billion. I mean, does that look like DevOps is dying and people are needing less DevOps? And obviously this trend is fueled by companies' demands, right? Because if a lot of companies, it's like a chain reaction or like a domino effect. If a lot of companies see value in DevOps and they, in the practices of DevOps, regardless of the tools, they are gonna keep implementing them. They're gonna keep investing money in upskilling their engineers. There are going to be more startups in DevOps space who are going to offer resources because they see the demand. So that's kind of the domino effect of that trend going up. And that means DevOps skills for those technologies is going to increase directly proportionally, because obviously that demand needs to be met somehow. So this statistic should just show you DevOps is not dying. Okay, the trend is actually upward, and because of AI. It's even AI kind of fueled it, and I'm gonna get into that later. So even though AI affected other engineering roles and kind of diminished their value, it actually did the opposite for DevOps, and I'm gonna tell you exactly why that happened. And again, tying it back to what does it mean for you as an individual engineer, right? Because you're not a company, you don't care about market forecasts, right? So what does that trend actually tell you? And I remember, like, when I think about myself as an engineer, whether I am, I was working at engineering projects or consulting companies and, software engineering teams on different projects, of course, I need to reverse engineer from what is it that companies are looking for, right? So what is it that the IT leads, the managers at companies are actually putting their focus on? And again, very, very clear numbers. I mean, let's start actually from here. So 2023, we had 25% of organizations that actively tried to bring in DevOps in their companies. And that means just think about this thought process. So you have these IT managers. Not all IT managers are technical, so sometimes they don't understand these terms, right? So back then, most of them didn't even know what DevOps was, or they didn't really understand the concept. So it was more like, the other companies doing it, so maybe we should do it too, right? So it was kind of copy-paste type of approach. So by 2027, there is an estimation, again, based on official sources, that 80% of organizations will basically say, we need DevOps in our companies because we need to streamline our processes, because it makes us competitive, because our competitors are doing it, so we need to implement this. And that alone tells you that even those IT managers who have no technical knowledge, they don't even, who don't understand DevOps, even they already know that DevOps is mainstream, and it's not kind of, oh, should we do it? Should we not implement it? It's kind of like, yes, we should do it because our competitors will be doing it. It has become so mainstream, it's not even debate anymore. And again, I mean, you can find all this type of data online where you have a very clear comparison of how it was a few years ago. When I started Tech Growing on a channel and I started sharing my knowledge on DevOps technologies, like a lot of companies, even my project that I worked at, there was usually one DevOps engineer in the entire company. Most of the engineers themselves, like not even engineers, actually understood what DevOps was. They heard of the term, but the concept was still like a little bit niche. And now if you talk to, just think about your colleagues, think about people who are not deeply technical, everybody knows DevOps already, right? It has become this mainstream concept and it's not a niche anymore. So we're very far away from, DevOps being so mature that it now diminishes and the demand is decreasing. So we are in a very high maturity, we're going towards high maturity layer of DevOps. This leads to, and this is actually probably a statistic that is most relevant for you as an individual engineer, because very simply put, if companies put so much value in adopting DevOps because they have self-interest, right? They know that DevOps will make them competitive, they can ship faster, they can reduce the waste of their kind of manual work that engineers have to do, so their engineers can work on more productive stuff. So if companies are so convinced that they need DevOps, but there is a shortage of talent, that supply-demand gap basically creates a tremendous opportunity for you if you really know DevOps skills, right? Because that means that you have this massive opportunity because of the gap where companies are desperate for DevOps skills, but there is way less people or fewer engineers who can fulfill this gap, right? Who have this talent. And by the way, look at this number here, or these statistics. This was a survey where companies were asked, what is your biggest challenge? So you want to implement DevOps in your company. What is holding you back? What's the biggest challenge? So we have legacy architecture. It's really hard to implement DevOps processes when you have a monolithic legacy architecture, when everything is kind of running on bare metals, you're not on cloud, you don't have the knowledge, so to say, in operations side. So first you have to kind of lay the foundation, have a cultural shift where you explain to sysadmins, you shouldn't kind of keep your secret scripts on your laptops and machines. Maybe we should collaborate on this, operations side and introduce infrastructure as code. So you have all these issues, but look at the number one DevOps challenge that they have for implementing DevOps, which is skills shortage, which means, let's say everybody's ready in the company, everybody has signed up for it, the engineers are basically ready to implement DevOps, but who's gonna do it? DevOps is not something that you just learn in a weekend and start doing it the next day, right? So the skill gap of someone who actually looks at the process and say, how can we migrate our legacy architecture to the modern one? How do we move to cloud? How do we, streamline our release pipeline? How do we even create a streamlined CI/CD pipeline? What tests do we need? How do we operate and run Kubernetes cluster? So these are skills that are missing in so many companies. And by the way, I remember a few years ago when I was consulting companies, the managers would constantly come to me and say, we have been looking for DevOps cloud engineers for a year and we can't find anyone, so we need to upskill our existing engineers. That's how high the skill gap was. And as you see, it hasn't changed because the demand is growing much higher, and there are not many engineers who are learning DevOps skills. And then we're going to dive into that, what those engineers, what those profiles are, and so on. And I see some questions are perfect. So keep the questions coming. Nikki's going to actually filter them out. We're going to categorize them because we want to try to make sure most of the questions get answered. I will try my best to answer all of those. Perfect. All right. So let's go to some more interesting stuff. And this is where it gets really, really juicy and interesting for all of you, and where most of the overwhelm probably comes in. And by the way, write in the chat if this resonates with you, okay? So you start learning different DevOps technologies, right? So you start with Kubernetes and Docker, and AWS cloud, and GitHub Actions, Docker, whatever. And then you think, first of all, do I know enough to apply for the jobs? And second of all, which roles do I apply for, right? Should I go for DevOps engineer? Then there is platform engineer. Then there is solutions architect. Then there is cloud engineer. Then there is SRE, and then there are software engineers who are asked to do DevOps. So what do I apply for? There is an automation engineer. I think you guys see my mouse. Let me look at this array of DevOps jobs. Yeah. So look at this. Like this is a list of all the job titles that cover some set of DevOps skills. And when you know these bits and pieces of technologies, DevOps technologies, and you look at this picture or this list, I understand why you get confused, because you don't know what to apply for, you don't know what they are expecting. And the interesting thing is that if you think about the perspective of companies and organizations, they are just as confused as you are, because they are looking for a specific set of skills, but they don't know very often what title to give that skill set. They have the same problem where they're thinking, is this a DevOps engineer role? Is it a cloud engineer? Is it an SRE? Should we hire a software engineer who has these skills? Should we hire a test engineer who can build a CI/CD? So they basically just randomly put out these titles, right? And as I said, I've consulted a lot of companies who have put out those titles, and I know how their thought process works and what their point of view is. So let's clarify some of these points, okay? And this could be part of your DevOps job market analysis, which is, by the way, something that you should absolutely do. So let's put it in two categories, okay? So think of DevOps in general, not DevOps engineer, but DevOps in general as like a umbrella term, okay? Like similar to when we had this full stack engineer that was supposed to know everything. So we have DevOps, and then we have specializations within DevOps that emerged from DevOps, okay? So DevOps engineer was one of the specializations. That was not meant to be as a role, but that's how it happened. Cloud engineer became another specialization of DevOps role. DevSecOps engineer became a specialization. Platform engineer, SRE. So think of this as under the umbrella of DevOps. So DevOps is much broader, okay? So for example, in our DevOps bootcamp, we teach, it's called DevOps bootcamp, right? A lot of people who do the bootcamp, they can apply for DevOps engineer job, they can apply for cloud engineer, they can apply for platform engineer and for SRE, because the tools that you learn are very, like they overlap in most of the cases. But because DevOps is so broad, back then when I was designing the curriculum for DevOps bootcamp, I basically just put everything that was back then part of DevOps, and that included for example, administration part of all the tools, which is part of platform engineering. That included monitoring tools, which is part of SRE job, for example. It included the cloud platform and the cloud infrastructure automation tools, which is part of cloud engineer job. So all of that basically was automatically included, and then it kind of emerged into these specializations where you have more like niche knowledge, for example, with each specialization, so to say. So think of DevOps is one category with those specializations. And then, but that's probably like, if you look at job market, that's probably like 50% of the DevOps job or DevOps skill related job descriptions. Okay. So like basically the list of these job titles is just 50% of engineering roles that demand DevOps skills. So what the other 50% come from is this right here. So in many cases, in lots and lots of companies, because there are obviously more software engineers than DevOps engineers, right? What happened was, kind of as a natural evolution, was companies said, we need to automate CI/CD pipeline. We need to deploy to Kubernetes. Who is going to do that? Software engineers, right? We have software engineers. They're writing their application code already, so they should kind of extend their responsibilities and build an automated pipeline to deploy that application that they coded, right? And then they were like, but where's that being deployed? Oh, on cloud and on Kubernetes. So they should extend their responsibilities and they should learn how to deploy their application that they wrote on Kubernetes and on cloud platforms. And who's going to manage that infrastructure? Well, they should manage it because that's their job to deploy it there, right? So very naturally, it happened that software engineers had to learn DevOps skills, including Docker, Kubernetes, CI/CD, and a huge amount of DevOps skill set is actually attributed to software engineer job titles. Okay, so now if you actually search for software or let's say mid to senior level software engineer jobs, you're going to see a lot of DevOps jobs, DevOps technologies listed in the job requirements. Then you had another, probably not as big of a proportion, but very large portion of sysadmins or network engineers who suddenly were out of job from those companies who said, we're moving to cloud. So what is a network engineer who is, kind of working with the cables on an on-premise system need to do, right? So they had to naturally move to cloud. Or you had sysadministrators who basically now had to work with DevOps practices to automate infrastructure provisioning, to move to cloud and learn cloud infrastructure automation. So this became the second biggest section. And by the way, if you have any of those backgrounds, so if you're a software engineer, sysadmin, network engineer, and you had to learn DevOps at your work as an extension of your existing skills, please write in the chat and also share like what was your experience like and how that transition happened, because we know from the data that we have actually like majority of our of the people who join our DevOps programs since the beginning, like the number hasn't changed, were software engineers and sysadmins. Like those were the biggest groups. And the third one that emerged in the last 2 years, I would say, were test automation engineers. Here it's a little bit more specific, because with test automation engineers or QA engineers, what happened was that AI came, and AI was like, I can write automated tests much faster, much better than you. So, it kind of reduced the responsibilities and tasks of test automation engineers by half. And there were a lot of QA test automation engineers who were saying, 50% of my job is now automated. So what happened is that kind of got cut off. So they had to stack on additional skills to stay valuable and to kind of keep their future-proof careers. So the natural extension was the CI/CD, specifically CI/CD, because they were already writing automated tests, running them. So it was, where do I integrate those tests? How do I spin up a quick infrastructure to run my automated tests, right? There are tests that you run on a static code, but there are tests which are more important that you run on running application, right? So how do I spin up an environment where the application starts running, and basically I run the test against that. And all of that skill set became a new, extremely valuable add-on for test automation engineers. And going back to the point, almost 50% of job market requirement for DevOps skill set actually comes to those traditional engineering roles. And only the other half is actually the specialized DevOps roles, which means if you only take the DevOps specific or DevOps specializations as a market analysis, you can multiply that by 2, and that's going to give you the real perspective of how much demand there is for DevOps skills. And that leads me to the next point, which is, if you take one thing from this live stream, I want this to be one, okay? A lot of people, and I see this in questions as well, in general, think, which role should I prepare for? Should I become a DevOps engineer? Should I learn for platform engineer? Or I have all this knowledge and skill set. Should I apply as a SRE, or what is my knowledge applicable for which job title? And as I said, job title usually does not reflect properly the skill set. So forget about the job title, forget the roles, okay? Just forget that they even exist. Think about the DevOps skills in the first place. Am I able to create a fully streamlined end-to-end CI/CD pipeline for a software application that takes the code that was just committed and deploys it all the way to at least development environment and then promotes it to staging environment, right? Let's say not all the way to production, but at least that. If you can do that, that is the valuable DevOps skill of building CI/CD processes that has a tangible value, okay? Think about another use case, which is, can I spin up a Kubernetes cluster, configure it with proper security, because you guys know that Kubernetes by default in many cases is not production ready, right? It is working, it is functioning, you can deploy your applications to Kubernetes, but it's not production ready. There is a lot that out-of-the-box Kubernetes configuration does not have, which is by design, by the way. I had an interview with Kelsey Hightower. Kubernetes was meant to be a flexible, simple tool, and then we kind of complicated it by adding lots of stuff on top of it. But per se, it's not production ready. So ask yourself, am I able to spin up a cluster, a Kubernetes cluster, configure it with production grade best practices that I can deploy my applications to, automated way from CI/CD pipeline? So those are the DevOps. So that's the question you should be asking yourself. Do I have those skills, right? Not do I know Kubernetes, do I know Terraform? Can I build those processes? Or if I join a company that is working with legacy systems, can I introduce an automated CI/CD pipeline in the process, migrating their, basically mapping what they have to the modern tools? Can I spin up an infrastructure on AWS? Can I do it in an automated way with Terraform, right? Can I spin up a 1,000-node Kubernetes cluster? Can I spin up a 1,000 EC2 instances that are all connected, but with backups in different regions? Like, that's the valuable skill that companies are looking for. Again, think about companies' perspective. They don't care if you have a DevOps engineer job title. If you don't have the skill sets behind this, then even if you have that as a job title, even as in your experience, it's not going to help you get the job, because companies want the skills. But let's actually go even further, a little bit further than the skills. Companies don't even care about your skills. Companies have their systems, they have their software that they're building, and they want to get it to the end users, right? With bug-free, secure, and all this stuff. And they have current systems. What they care about is an engineer joining the team who can optimize their processes, make things faster, reduce the manual effort, automate things. In most cases, automate anything that can be automated. Automate observability or implement observability. So your team knows basically that things went wrong before they actually go wrong, and the users knock on your door and say, hey, your app just crashed, we can't use it. So basically being proactive and finding those issues faster. That's what they care about. The companies care about, can you help us optimize our processes, speed up things, automate stuff, make our engineers' lives faster because they don't have to do those manual things. That's what they care about. And that then translates to DevOps skills. And DevOps skills then companies try to, at their best ability, match to some random DevOps roles. Sometimes they get it right, sometimes they get it wrong. So always focus on what is the skill set required to solve what problems for the companies. And actually, and this is another interesting statistic, which goes back to where we had it. Yeah, as I mentioned, most of or at least half of the DevOps skill set actually is hidden in the software engineer job descriptions. And this is I found this statistic actually super interesting. The job role that required or that ranked the highest in terms of needing Kubernetes skill set was software engineer. Compared to, look at the difference. And again, it tells you that there are way more software engineers than DevOps engineers, which makes sense. But the DevOps skill set is kind of hidden here, okay? And that's why when people say DevOps is dying, you shouldn't learn DevOps anymore, again, forget about the job title. The DevOps skills, which obviously are becoming more and more demanded, they are in all those, in all these job titles that you're seeing here, right? They're in, the software engineers have to know DevOps. DevOps engineers need to know DevOps, obviously, and all these other, traditional or modern engineering roles need to have the DevOps skills. So I want to change your perspective from thinking about, do I need to learn DevOps, engineer skills, to what are the DevOps skills that I need to learn, but also not technologies, but what is it that I should be able to build? Most of the employers does not understand DevOps role. I know, that is absolutely right. And they don't understand DevOps role because it's not entirely their fault, because it has changed so much and it was so broadly defined from the beginning that there were, it kind of had to go through a few steps to standardize. And as I said, those specializations was actually one of the good ways to define, okay, now we have a cloud engineer that has a little bit more specific skill set. We have a platform engineer that has a little bit more specific skill set than this broad DevOps. But that means if you are like a full rounded DevOps engineer, and like me, you had to go through the pain of learning all these technologies and skills because you had to at the beginning, because there was just one DevOps engineer role, then you are basically, you cover all these specializations automatically because you had to learn these skills. And that's what I mentioned when I created DevOps Bootcamp. I basically just put everything in there that now translates to platform engineering, to SRE, to cloud engineering, because it was just a requirement back then for a DevOps engineer. So, and that basically just gives you another set of statistics of. So we actually have a survey of, we have started this like 4 years ago in our programs. And because I wanted to know, like, who are these people who are learning DevOps or who are forced to learn DevOps? And all the time, like without exception, software engineers were always top on the list, in the rank, who needed to and who were learning either voluntarily or non-voluntarily those DevOps skills. So it remains till today that this is the largest group that has to have those DevOps skills. And I'm scrolling through your chat to see. I think we do have a lot of software engineers in the session as our subscribers as well. So just some of you, please write in the chat if you are a software engineer that was forced involuntarily to learn DevOps skills. Yeah, system administrators are, I would say, second largest group after software engineers. Yeah, and I mean, you can basically find so many. Yeah, that's. And I remember when I was either consulting software development teams, or when I was working myself as a DevOps engineer with microservices teams, I remember how much software engineers hated Kubernetes because they had to work with it in addition to their software engineering tasks, and they were really forced to basically work with this tool that was too complex. There was no abstraction of Kubernetes, there was times where software engineers were kind of forced. You need to learn kubectl. You need to learn how to deploy to Kubernetes. You need to now learn how to automate CI/CD pipelines. And I know it wasn't the most it wasn't the favorite thing for those software engineers to do. Okay, so now that I hopefully changed your perspective from thinking about job roles and asking yourself, should I learn DevOps engineering? Should I learn cloud engineering? Should I become this or that? To what skills should I learn? And this is going to help you long term, because what if, let's say 5 years from now, there's no DevOps engineer title. Let's say it all dissolves into the specializations and DevOps engineer title disappears. There is no single job description, of DevOps engineer, which is very unlikely, but let's say it happens, right? Theoretically. The skills underneath that now, are part of DevOps engineer skill set, they will remain, right? They will just be part of different roles, different engineering roles. Because what companies need to do in their IT systems and in their with their applications that they need to release to the end users, that remains. So the challenges and the problems the companies need to solve technically, they will remain, and the tools that are going to solve those problems also remain. AWS is not going anywhere. Terraform is not going anywhere. There's a reason why these tools became so popular and so demanded, because they solve real problems. So even if you remove the job title entirely, the skills underneath remain, right? So now it's just a matter of thinking, what are the tools that are most demanded? And I learn those skills, those technologies and concepts and skills that allow me to solve specific problem, which is, can I build an entire CI/CD pipeline? And what are the technologies involved in that? Can I administer and manage Kubernetes cluster? Or let's say it's already administered and it's already managed. Can I configure, manage an existing Kubernetes cluster? Can I set up, forget those two skills. Let's say you don't have those. Can I set up monitoring for the entire application stack, infrastructure stack? So, and what are the skills or technologies involved for that use case? So think about use cases that are valuable for companies, and there are not even so many of those. Like what I just listed are probably half of those, right? And then what are the skills needed for that? And you learn those skills. And if you as a self-check, if you're able to build those end-to-end projects with those skills, then you are automatically valuable, and you can apply for whatever role the company publishes as a job application that will basically build that process, right? And this is a really interesting statistic, which was based on analyzing 400,000 job postings. And look at these statistics here. So we have AWS, which is very reflective of so many companies now moving to cloud. Because again, when I started creating videos on Tech Room Nana, I remember so many companies were still on-premise. They were not even hybrid. Like they were literally, they had their own private clouds, or they were completely on, like, operating on bare metals. My first DevOps job, I remember we deployed Kubernetes cluster on our own servers in Vienna, in data center, on bare metal virtual servers, where we were literally installing the Docker binaries for the runtime, the Kubernetes binaries. Like I needed to configure the networking, everything directly on bare metal, because we were not using any abstract. I wasn't even using the CLIs to like what is it? The AWS CLI or EKS control, like this type of abstractions. It was literally just Linux commands and installing all the binaries directly on the servers. And that was not an exception. Like a lot of projects actually had that type of infrastructure. I remember a company I was consulting for, they had hardware load balancers. They were not even using software load balancers. So there has been a clear, very fast shift to cloud, which of course increased demand for cloud engineers. And for those who wonder what is the difference between cloud engineers and DevOps engineers, there are so many companies who are just using those terms interchangeably. Like practically, if we really, really dive in, there is a clear difference, because cloud engineer means you are basically more focused on cloud platform, like infrastructure. Let's say you specialize in one cloud, obviously, so all the AWS services. They're important for setting up infrastructure for your application. But guess what DevOps needs to know? How to create infrastructure on AWS, how to automate provisioning, and how to deploy your applications on that infrastructure. So there is a lot of overlap, actually. So as I said, DevOps is like an umbrella term, and then cloud is like a subset of it, which is just the cloud part, okay? Terraform, this actually surprised me a little bit, but these two go hand in hand, okay? Because if those companies who at some point later decided to move to cloud, they also, because Terraform was becoming so popular, they obviously realized, okay, if we're moving to cloud, let's do it properly. So let's use infrastructure as code to move to this cloud infrastructure, so that we're not just taking our on-premise mechanism or framework of doing everything manually and just moving that to cloud. Let's do it properly with automation as well, okay? So Terraform and AWS demand at the same level makes sense, because Terraform is basically used for infrastructure automation, and considering AWS is still the most widely used by far cloud for most projects, it makes sense that the use of or demand for Terraform, followed suit basically. And another interesting thing on this statistic is, look, Terraform is an automation tool, right? Python is an automation tool. Bash is an automation tool. Jenkins is also an automation tool, because it automates the release of applications. Obviously, Ansible is automation. So on the top, you have just one after another. You have so many automation tools, and it shows very clearly that it wasn't just that companies moved to cloud or moved to Kubernetes, but it was that companies were seeing obviously a lot of value in automating things instead of engineers doing things manually, which was a very standard way of doing things before. And I mean, Kubernetes and Docker, I think we're not surprised to see that on the list. And Azure is second largest and mostly used cloud platform. You also have GCP. The good thing about cloud platforms, I would say in general, is if you learn AWS, like let's say if you specialize in AWS as a DevOps engineer, cloud engineer, whatever, if you switch to Azure and GCP, like 70% of the underlying concepts are the same. The names are different. the UI looks different, but like if you know the concepts, you will know exactly when you switch to Azure, okay, where's the virtual machine, where's the equivalent of VPC, where's the equivalent of whatever AWS service, because they have literally the same services or same storage and compute services. And then you have, GitHub Actions, which is, in DevOps Bootcamp, at the beginning, I included Jenkins, and we had in the last years, we had so many people who were asking, why Jenkins? There are so many new tools, why not GitHub Actions, which I agree with you. GitHub Actions is cooler. GitLab CI is cooler than Jenkins. Jenkins is outdated. You have these plugins that are maintained by some people, and you have to, continuously maintain that. Well, there is a market demand, okay? So Jenkins, look at the difference. GitHub Actions is extremely popular and widely used, especially anyone who is who is creating their first CI/CD pipeline. I'm pretty sure in 99% of the cases, they will not use Jenkins, right? If they have the choice, they will not go for it. But it is still the #1 most highly demanded skill, right? Or technology in DevOps, because CI/CD being the core of DevOps, and Jenkins is the implementation of the CI/CD. So it is still extremely widely demanded, mostly because of these large companies who still use Jenkins, and obviously it's working for them. So the pain of using Jenkins is not higher than switching to an alternative tool. So it remains, and I personally believe that it is gonna stay like this for a foreseeable future. And obviously, if it doesn't, if at some point everybody just moves from Jenkins to GitHub Actions or some other cool CI/CD tool comes along that replaces Jenkins, obviously we would completely scratch everything and update the entire curriculum, because, and that's the thing, maybe with an exception of Kubernetes, but I don't really care about any of these tools. There a lot of people get attached to, I love Terraform, or I love whatever, GitHub Actions. They're means to an end, right? They have a purpose. They're solving a specific problem. So I don't really have any attachment or any super crazy preference for any tool. If something better comes along, or very pragmatically, if something is extremely highly demanded because of some obvious reasons, then that's the tool where you should put your focus on and intention to. And there is nobody who is telling you not to learn alternative tools. And I think actually learning Jenkins and then learning GitHub Actions or GitLab CI, those two are very similar, gives you a much richer overall knowledge of CI/CD concepts than just learning GitHub Actions, and especially just learning the most abstracted version of GitHub Actions, right? Only using, I don't know, the built-in or out-of-the-box features, and not actually doing the little bit low-level stuff. So I like starting with the complex, low-level stuff, because just it enriches your knowledge and gives you much more depth and more layers, versus just going to one tool and just saying, this is the best one, I'm just going to stick to it, especially if that tool is easy because of an abstraction, because you don't know as much what's going under the hood, and it doesn't give you as deep of a knowledge. So sometimes those painful technologies are good because they force you to learn a little bit more under the hood. Before I move from this slide, I wanted to highlight two tools, Linux and Git. Okay, do you remember I told you software engineers are the ones who need to learn DevOps the most? Probably, sometimes even more than DevOps engineers. In terms of numbers, they actually outnumber. I have a software engineering background. When I was working as a software engineer in multiple projects, 90% of software engineers in my team, including me, by the way, did not know Linux. I don't know if that's your experience as well, by the way. If you were a software engineer, you did not have to work with Linux, and most of them didn't care about Linux or learning Linux. Now, if you think about Linux in the context of DevOps, Like, I think this should be actually put even higher in the context of things, because bash scripting, you need to learn Linux. If you're working with Jenkins, like if you want to install tools, on the Jenkins agents, you want to manage Jenkins agents, you want to configure or run commands in the Jenkins pipeline, you need to learn Linux, because most probably, it's going to be Linux based. The entire cloud is, mostly based on Linux, right? The EC2 instances. Kubernetes, Docker, like, if you're working with Kubernetes, if you're working with Docker, yes, there are some desktop tools and abstractions, but in most cases, you're gonna need Linux knowledge. Ansible modules, you're executing Linux commands in many cases, right? So I think Linux became non-negotiable already, and this is interesting. So Linux became the non-negotiable for software engineers, and Git, which was a software engineering tool, became non-negotiable for sysadmins. And the reason for that was sysadmins. We again have, I saw in the chat, we have a lot of sysadmins actually, which is not surprising because I know they are second largest group that moved to DevOps. They basically, to put it in context, they were very used to just having these scripts on their laptops, or in their, not just laptops, like they would have these machines that they, like when I was, for example, managing the Kubernetes nodes and directly SSHing into them, I remember I had like scripts, and when the colleagues would log in, like we would share those scripts, and it was like very decentralized, right? And there was no culture of collaboration on code and scripts between the sysadmins. So when we were managing the Kubernetes nodes, the servers, the virtual computers, or the infrastructure configuration, there was no culture of collaborating on those configuration changes. It was like everybody just executing their own commands and scripts. So with the infrastructure as code, with the Terraform, we were basically saying, you're not SSHing into servers, you're not executing some weird scripts from your own machine, you're not even executing commands. Everything is coded as a script in Terraform, Python, Ansible, whatever, bash scripts, and it's shared with Git, collaborated on, just like application code, and we are working on it as a team, and all the changes go through the automation process like CI/CD pipeline, which, by the way, gave us GitOps, right? So it was like a reverse of the sysadmins. Now they had to work same way as software engineers. So they had to learn Git, for example. All right, so enough of those stuff. So I have actually, I think this probably would be interesting for a lot of you, because I saw it in the questions before that you guys submitted. The DevOps, like in general, jobs across countries, across continents, across companies that require DevOps skills. I specifically focused on DevOps jobs, but as I explained, you can, if you search for the skills, like if you search with CI/CD, Kubernetes, whatever, you're gonna find jobs that do not only include DevOps engineer in the title, but also other ones. But we can focus on those ones. Let me check some of the questions here. Yeah, I just exposed the sysadmin life. Yeah, I'm gonna talk about MLOps and some like new trends, by the way. All right. So let me, oh, that's what's coming after. Impact of AI. So, and by the way, we can keep this quick, but I just wanted to show you, I encourage everyone who is attending to do market research in terms of like doing this. What I'm going to show you right now gives you so much data and so much better understanding of like what's going on the job market in general. Like just analyzing and comparing like 10 different job descriptions. You could be DevOps engineer, it could be cloud engineer, could be software engineer that requires DevOps skills. You're gonna get so much data and so much deeper understanding of things and get some kind of vibe of like what's going on generally on the market and how are companies thinking about this. And always, when you do this type of analysis, please always think that companies usually, in most cases, when they post the job descriptions, they probably don't know for sure that the job title is right. Maybe an HR manager wrote the entire thing and they just copy pasted some template. Probably the job description and requirements are way too exaggerated and the title may be misleading. Okay, so always assume this is not the perfect job description. The companies don't always know what they're doing. And it will put things a little bit in perspective. Okay, so let's just go through a few of them. And I wanna show you, this is actually great news for you guys. So imagine if you were an engineer and you learned a specific technologies and set of tools, and in one company, let's say, and you got practice and you got experience in that, and now you were looking for another job and you were browsing through different job descriptions, and every company requires completely different stuff that you have not used. Let's say, one company has Jenkins, another one has GitLab, and let's say there were like 100 other tools for CI/CD, and every company just wanted something else, right? It would make your skills very difficult to transfer from one company to another. But we're literally in the most luxurious position as DevOps engineers, specifically as DevOps cloud, the deal, right? The specializations, that these are literally just random picks that I chose from the research. In most of the DevOps engineer job description, you will find 70 to 80% of the technologies which are the same. Like they literally do not change. Jenkins, AWS, GitHub Actions, Terraform, and then you have like CloudFormation. And this is like for every single category, let's say CI/CD, AWS, you usually have like one alternative, okay? It's not like 10 or 100 alternatives. You usually have one alternative, like CloudFormation is an AWS alternative, like AWS service is an alternative for Terraform. I personally think Terraform is great because I'm not a big fan of company-specific services and technologies because it still binds. For example, Terraform you can use with every cloud, right? You could use hybrid. CloudFormation, it's an AWS service. But as I said, for every category, there like maximum one alternative that the company requires. And as I said, like if you learn Jenkins and GitHub Actions, you have a much deeper understanding of the CI/CD concept itself because you know two tools which are relatively different from each other. So it kind of enriches your knowledge. But like overall, the tools like Prometheus, Grafana, CloudWatch again is like an observability tool for from AWS specifically, which just lets you monitor the AWS infrastructure, and then Prometheus you can install inside Kubernetes. Plus, you can monitor the underlying infrastructure as well. Let's check the other one, and you have some compensations and salaries. Let's see what they require. Kubernetes. Well, they have security stuff, which, by the way, and this is also an interesting point, whenever you have security requirements, it's usually a senior level engineer. So the more senior the level of engineering is, the more probable that they require security and monitoring. So those two are usually for senior level, and they become very optional for like mid-level or entry level, which is an observation that I did by analyzing like tons of job descriptions. So observability and security are usually for like seniority level, and obviously this reflects the price, right? The salary. But let's see what else do they have here. AWS, Terraform, Kubernetes, again, usual suspects here. GitOps, which, as I explained, is basically CI/CD for infrastructure as code. Okay, so you have CI/CD for application code. Now you have CI/CD for infrastructure code, and they're like different tools. You know, the GitOps concept itself, it did not introduce anything new. As I said, it was CI/CD for infrastructure as code, or like X as code, but there were different ways of doing that, right? For example, the Flux CD, for example, which was a difference or conceptual change from Jenkins or GitLab CI or GitHub Actions, which was, instead of a pipeline pushing the changes to the deployment environment, it was a tool that was sitting in the infrastructure or Kubernetes cluster and pulling the changes whenever they happened, right, on the trigger. But conceptually, it's the same. GCP, alternative to AWS. And then we have some, what do we have here? Kubernetes, Terraform, Terragrant, which is like a wrapper of Terraform, Helm, which is, you know, I teach it in combination Kubernetes in the bootcamp, Vault, FluxCD because of GitOps, some software development skills. But yeah, as I said, this is a senior level job description, but even like the tools are like, the DevOps tools are literally mostly the same. Let's see this one. Where is it? Okay, so this is, where is this job? This is in India. You guys need to translate this into dollars. I have no idea how much that is. But let's say the key responsibilities. This is interesting. I mean, GitLab CI, as I mentioned, easier alternative. Like if you learn Jenkins, then learning any alternative CI/CD is going to be a piece of cake, because Jenkins is probably the most difficult one. Monitoring and observability, Kubernetes, containerization, Helm chart creation, deployment to Kubernetes. What do we have here? Terraform, Ansible, Helm. I mean, literally, like it's like every company copy pasted each other's job descriptions. Here you have the skill requirements, like Terraform, Docker, Ansible, Kubernetes. And that's what I mentioned at the beginning. Like when I created the DevOps Bootcamp curriculum 5 years ago, and I wish I could copy it from someone, but there was no curriculum for DevOps, so I had to create it from scratch myself from my experience. And every year, me and my team sit down and we look at we do this literally. We analyze the job descriptions, we analyze, you know, across the globe, and we analyze the comments that you guys are leaving on YouTube, because we take them as feedback and input, and we do this analysis, and we go through our curriculum. And so is there something? Thank you. Nicole is saying that I need to zoom in larger. Awesome. Okay. What was I saying? So yeah, so we basically ask ourselves, do we need to update something in the curriculum, change anything, add any new tool, remove any tool, replace anything? And as you see, this is the curriculum I created 5 years ago. Let me show you, like, these projects. Literally, we cover a little bit more than what most job descriptions want, because I wanted to include a little bit more, so that to make sure that we have everything there. But literally, like 80% is always the same. So when we have these discussions, most of the question is, no, Jenkins is still number one. AWS is still the most demanded. Later, I did create GitLab CI because I wanted to have like an alternative for people who wanted to learn, you know, something similar to GitHub Actions or GitLab CI other than Jenkins. But these tools remain the same, and it is good, because I think we all have this perception of DevOps constantly changing because there are new concepts and tools emerging, but the core requirements and skills, they have remained very stably consistent for the last 5 years, because we always question this, like not even once a year, but like almost every quarter, right? Whenever we have team meetings, the engineers are basically saying, so we have these questions and about these tools. So we have discussions about new technologies in DevOps, but it always remains that this core skill set of technologies and concepts are the core, and they have stayed, and there is literally no visible, there's no signal of that changing anytime soon, because I showed you the statistic of the most required skills. It was AWS, Terraform, Kubernetes, Docker, Linux, Ansible, right? It was literally the same things that you see here. Yeah, and this is, we don't have to zoom in into every single job description, but so these are remote DevOps jobs. By the way, so I've never had a remote DevOps job. I was not as lucky, but drop in the chat, all of you guys who are actually doing remote DevOps engineer jobs, you're sitting somewhere else and you're working for an American company or for a Singaporean company or whatever, fully remote. When I was an engineer, I had to go off to the office every single day and have stand-up meetings in the office. So tell me what is, just drop in the chat whether you guys have remote DevOps or DevOps related jobs that you work for another company, and how that's working also. All right, so what I wanted to do is I basically just wanted to go through. So here you have this, there's a list view where you have just, tags of technologies that are required. First of all, junior DevOps engineer, this is in Deutsche Telekom. They just have, they have a very low bar of hiring. They just need one cloud platform, JavaScript, not even a framework of JavaScript, Python, which I assume is Python for scripting, not like Python frameworks for web development, and Terraform. No Docker, no Kubernetes, no Ansible, no other stuff. And I see this consistently when I do analysis, because I always look at junior DevOps engineer jobs, and the bar, entry bar for junior DevOps engineers is so low, and it surprises me, to be honest, when people tell me I can find I can get interviews or find junior DevOps engineer roles, because I'm like, their requirements are so low. You literally it's so easy because they usually require very, very basic stuff. And the major difference is that as a junior engineer, whether DevOps or whatever, whenever you check the job descriptions compared to more senior or mid-level, the difference is not just the tools, it's the level of responsibility. So for example, in the senior role or mid-level, it would say you are going to build a complete CI/CD pipeline and you are going to own that. In junior DevOps engineers, there's a pipeline built and you're just going to support that, or you're going to be working on one step or so you have very low responsibility. And again, as I said, when I created the curriculum, I was like, how do I take my knowledge, which was whatever knowledge I had, the maximum, and how do I put that into the bootcamp? And I didn't think about, I'm gonna prepare people for junior DevOps engineer role. I was like, how do I prepare them for with the same level of knowledge that I have? Because why should I hold anything back? So that's why it turned out to be huge. Maybe that was a little bit of a mistake, because maybe some people just want to learn to the certain point to just get a job. But we literally just included all the little bit more advanced stuff. So I think we're covering 14 to 15 technologies, and then look at what junior engineers are required, just 4 of them. And then you have cloud operations engineer, which is another term, by the way, another engineering role, cloud operations engineer. Again, you learned from me, ignore the job titles, okay? Literally, they are just whatever, random. Check the job description and look for, literally scan for, and you can take the job description, put it to the AI and say, based on the job description, what DevOps processes do they want me to build, or do they want the engineer who applies to build? And then what skills are required to do that? and you have your answer. And again, AWS, Cloud, EC2, like that's it. Let's actually check this one. Where is it? I'm interested to see what they actually require. Configure, monitor, maintain application services in AWS cloud environments, virtual servers. Okay. Okay, so this is a little bit, yeah, this sounds a little bit legacy system type of thing. So they're not using like many modern tools. Which, by the way, that's an interesting topic. So so we had one bootcamp graduate that I talked to, and he told, this is actually an interesting or valuable advice for you guys, and I use this in my career all the time. When I applied for jobs, or when I was switching from one company to another, or doing the consulting work, I didn't. So obviously they interviewed me, but just the same way I interviewed them, because I was like, what tools are you using in your company? Because I didn't have interest to work in a project that used some legacy tools that I would never use anywhere else, or that would not, learning them would not advance my career. Because you may be working in a company and spending 20 hours a week, basically, of your engineering work, learning their like internal tool that nobody else uses, and that is a wasted 20 hours that you could be learning like an open source tool that is widely used, like Terraform, or working with Kubernetes. Because when you switch, or when you look for another job, that internal thing that this company is using, I mean, you can put it on your CV, but it's not gonna be as valuable, right, as saying, you know, I've automated the entire infrastructure with Terraform. So always, this is gonna be my advice for you, because I've used this myself all the time. Always choose projects that you work for, no matter how desperate you are for work at the beginning as a junior engineer. Always select the companies that work with technologies that are going to be valuable for you to add on your profile. Okay, so if you see some type of legacy infrastructure, legacy tools, just look for something better. For example, this one. Look at this: Ansible, AWS, Docker, Grafana. Looks perfect. They are working with microservices. They're using OpenShift. Again, just, you know, that statistic obviously reflects the one I showed you about the most required tools: AWS, Terraform, a lot of automation stuff. Kubernetes is everywhere. Kubernetes was not as demanded even 3 years ago. Like, you see Kubernetes in almost every job description where you see Docker, and there was a huge discrepancy. Like, it was not a case, because Kubernetes was more optional tool, and Docker was a standard, and now it has become the standard as well. Yeah, which basically just means that you need to learn Kubernetes, whether you like it or not. All right, I think it's enough with the job description. But as I said, I really highly suggest you, if you're looking in your own region, just look for DevOps jobs, or you can even say DevOps related jobs, or Kubernetes jobs, or Terraform or infrastructure as code jobs in whatever region. Okay, and do the analysis to compare junior, mid-level, senior. And also one thing, and I think this is super important for you guys, you see this, 2 to 4 years experience, 6 years of experience, whatever, right? Like, companies put this experience number. I think I can give you one piece of advice that will completely change your perspective of how you analyze job descriptions. In most cases, they just randomly put a number. In most cases, that will be absolutely okay for you to have 0 years of experience if you can demonstrate to them that you have all the other skills that they require. Like, if you say, I can show you, I can demonstrate to you with actual projects that I know all these tools, and I can build the systems that you want me to build, I can optimize your processes, but I have 0 DevOps experience, they will still take you. So when you let's do something else. I don't like this job description. Okay, this is junior. They have a very low bar. They don't require anything from you. Yeah, let's put this one. 2 to 5 years experience in DevOps roles, whatever. Whenever you see this, ignore, okay? Just look through everything else. If you do not satisfy the other stuff, like if you have no idea of CI/CD pipelines, obviously, yeah, that's a problem. But if you satisfy everything else because you have learned everything yourself, you're confident that you can build CI/CD pipelines, you have done those, the little bit more complex projects, and you know you can build a CI/CD pipeline, you can build a Kubernetes cluster, you can administer and manage it, then ignore this. Like if you have self-taught yourself or done actual projects, build some stuff and put it on your Git profile, Git portfolio, but you don't have experience, you can still apply because companies will take you if they see that you can actually do what they require. This is literally an HR manager saying, how many experience should we put there? How many years of experience should we put there? Let's put 2 to 5 years. That's how it's done, okay? So do not put so much, like they don't treat it as seriously, so do not treat this as seriously either. I hope that makes sense. YAML is also one of the important skills that you should know. YAML, YAML syntax itself is easy. Yes, I don't think you need to learn as much, but for example, if you're learning Kubernetes, you need to know Kubernetes specific syntax for YAML, right? So it is, I would treat it more like a subset or like sub skill of another skill like Kubernetes, for example. All right. Interviews. Yeah, I'm gonna talk about interviews as well. Okay. Oh my God, I have so many slides. Maybe, let's see how fast I go, and then maybe we can take questions already. Okay. Let's see what comes after that. Impact of AI. How many of you have this question or have heard other engineers ask this question anxiously? Does AI replace DevOps? And these clickbaity videos where people are like, AI is gonna replace DevOps and is gonna take all our jobs and DevOps is not important anymore and so on. Well, very clear answer is the reality is extremely different from the hype. At least for now. If something changes, then yeah, maybe we should get worried. But right now it is like from the practitioners themselves, and I've actually exchanged and talked to people who are literally just going like from one team to another and asking like, you implementing AI, is it actually doing most of the engineering jobs, engineering tasks and DevOps tasks? And the answer is no. But and this is a very important distinction. Let's look at this. So it seems like in IT or engineering roles in general, there is a net positive impact from AI, right? So because of AI, now we have more demand for engineering skills than before AI. Now, that net impact obviously is the overall number, right? So let's put it into 2 categories. There are engineering jobs that clearly got impacted by AI because AI started automating their tasks, and they are at a very risky and vulnerable position because yes, they may get replaced by AI, they may become obsolete and redundant because of AI, and some of these roles are clearly test engineers. Some of these roles are specialized software engineers. For example, if you have been a JavaScript developer or, I don't know, specialized on one specific programming language. yes, you are affected by, or if you're a data analyst, for example, who was manually analyzing and putting data and doing the analysis and generating reports. So where does that so obviously there's a very clear reduction of demand for certain engineering skills. Again, let's talk about skills and not roles. So where does that net positive come from? Because there must be higher demand somewhere else that compensates, not only compensates for that reduction, but goes even further, right? I don't know if I can zoom in. No. Yeah, the thing is, okay, I can do it. Some workaround of zooming in. Yeah, the screenshot is just too small. So where does that surplus come from? And I have to zoom out again, and this is where the surplus is coming from. So because of AI, so what happened is every single AI project, all these ML and AI startups popping up because they get funding and because everyone is jumping on the AI trend, means they need an infrastructure to run those AI and AI tools and machine learning models on, right? So increase in cloud engineering skills, in infrastructure automation skills. That infrastructure needs to be managed, automated, properly configured, which increased, again, cloud engineering and DevOps engineering skills. Those machine learning models need to be released just like application or software needs to be released, right? Which means MLOps, right? Or which is DevOps for machine learning models, basically. Then you have, all these different tools. Let's say you have a company that is implementing AI everywhere, which means all those teams now need common practices for deploying them with CI/CD pipelines, using Kubernetes cluster to deploy those different models. So you have need for platform engineering. So basically that pushed the demand for those specializations, as you see here, cybersecurity or security around or compliance around the AI projects, that pushed it extremely high, which means so if we put this into categories, people who sit at their computers and write code or scripts, their value decreased because logically what they are doing is automated or can be automated, done much faster by AI. But on the other side, the demand for skills, which is managing infrastructure where machine learning models will run, or platforms that host those AI tools will run, demand for managing the infrastructure, there's a statistic that shows that most of the machine learning models are running in Kubernetes. Okay, OpenAI models are running in Kubernetes. So that increased the demand for, imagine what that did to Kubernetes, right? And that's why it's demanded in every single job description. So there's a clear trend of what skills decreased in terms of value and demand and what skills increased. And again, this one is literally DevOps for machine learning models. And this actually shows the skill gap, or basically organizations who are understaffed in those technologies, right? There's 70% of companies who basically say, we are looking for MLOps or DevOps engineers who can manage this infrastructure and operations, and we can't find them. There are literally not enough people in this world to fill these roles. And now imagine how willing they will be, how much they will pay, and how much they will accommodate in terms of whether it's relocation or taking your entire family with you if you're applying from another country, to get people who actually have those skills. Because of the 70%, that's actually crazy. In terms of skill gap, considering, sure, MLOps is a new thing, but DevOps is not new. And this is 80% DevOps. And that is actually our next slide, I think. Yes, I remembered correctly. So I saw some questions of people asking about MLOps. And I know when we hear these hot buzzwords, we want to understand, because are we missing something? We get this FOMO of what is MLOps? Should I switch to MLOps and jump to it? I'm gonna calm you down, because the good news is, if you have been learning DevOps, if you, again, talking about skills and not the titles, so let's forget about MLOps and DevOps. What are the skills underneath? If you have learned these skills, and let's actually zoom in again. Look at this, Docker, containerization, right? I think Kubernetes is missing here, but as I said, most of the machine learning models are running on Kubernetes. So Docker, Kubernetes, continuous deployment, CI/CD. We have SageMaker, which is AWS service, basically for like one-stop shop for machine learning models, continuous integration, Jenkins, GitLab, GitHub Actions. So except for like 1 or 2 tools here and others, everything is the stuff that we know from DevOps, right? Like the fundamental skills are the same, and this is even not including everything. Like, do we have AWS? Yeah, there's not even AWS here, but obviously you need to, like, all those models are running on AWS, and all the platforms, these AI wrapper platforms basically are also running on AWS. And when you're creating AWS infrastructure, you're using Terraform to automate that. Literally the same tools as DevOps, okay? The only difference, so let's say you are a DevOps engineer. Let's say you did our DevOps bootcamp and you have like all these DevOps skills. You probably have a little bit more than what you need. So you will not be using all of this stuff. But let's say you want to move to MLOps, right? You want to become an MLOps engineer because you see a higher salary, because companies are crazy and desperate, and they want to attract you. So what would you need to learn to close that gap of that 20%? The easiest way to understand the difference is with DevOps. You are taking a software application and releasing it to the end environment and managing the whatever that environment is, right? With MLOps, you're taking a machine learning model instead of software application, and you're releasing that to the end environment. And the end environment looks exactly the same in both scenarios, and you have to manage that. So the only difference is, so the question would be, how much, as a DevOps engineer, how much of software engineering do you need to know? You don't need to know programming. You don't need to even know, you're not going to be writing code, right? You're not going to be programming as a DevOps engineer. If there's a company who asks you as a DevOps engineer to write code and program new features, then they clearly don't know what DevOps engineer is. But in general, you only need to understand the integration point between, when I take the code that software engineers wrote, how do I then deploy it all the way to production? So I need to understand build tools, how to package the application, how to build a Docker image out of that, how to run tests. So obviously you need to understand how to execute tests on the code, maybe do security scans and so on. So you need to understand generally how software is written, how it's configured, meaning if I have a software that talks to a database, like a backend that talks to database, obviously I need to understand how that connection works, and how do I give my backend application credentials to talk to database, to talk to Vault, to talk to APIs, to talk to other services. So that's the part of software development you need to understand as a DevOps engineer. So with the same logic as an MLOps engineer, that integration point of how do I take machine learning models and how do I test them, how do I validate them, and how do I deploy them all the way to end environment? That's the part that you need to learn. You don't need to become an AI engineer. You don't need to learn how to build machine learning models, how to validate and feed data. That's a different skill requirement. Again, if company asks you to do all of that, obviously they don't know what they're talking about. But that's the difference basically. But as I said, it's just a different title. The underlying stuff is the same, because when you think about it, the environment where the software or machine learning model is running has stayed the same. It's Kubernetes, it's containerized environment, which is on cloud, which is managed by Terraform because of the modern concepts of infrastructure as code, GitOps in terms of, how do I say this quickly? So basically, infrastructure that is automatically provisioned, configured, updated, right? Not by humans with executing certain scripts. So that part has remained exactly the same. And that's why 80% overlap. All right. This is actually a really, really interesting snippet of the conversation I had with Brad Fisher. If you guys know him, he has been teaching all about Docker and containers. He is now doing really good content about AI for DevOps. And I had an interview with him, or I had a conversation with him, which we're gonna post actually on our YouTube channel. It's super, super interesting. And we literally just zoomed in and talked about all the aspects of AI for DevOps, DevOps for AI, like what does it mean and all this stuff. And this was super interesting for me because he basically mentioned that historically, like whenever you had these changes in like the next step, breakthroughs in terms of how much the productivity of a single engineer was unlocked because of a new tool or technology or platform, whether with automation or whatever. And historically speaking, whenever, let's say one engineer was suddenly able to manage 1,000 servers instead of 10, the companies didn't go like, oh, so we need 10 times less engineers now because one engineer can manage 10 times more servers. Instead, they were like, cool, now we can have more infrastructure, now we can build more apps, now we can deploy faster, we can deploy copies. So the demand for engineers did not go down. The companies just became more hungry basically, and they were like, oh, we can do more with the same number of engineers, so let's go with scale. And we actually see that because we have like, I talked to an engineer at AWS in Seattle, and he was working on this interesting project where they were helping a client deploy or create and manage 100,000 node Kubernetes cluster. And Kubernetes, I don't know if you guys know this limitation, but Kubernetes per se like does not support, I think the maximum number of nodes that like one single Kubernetes cluster supported was 10,000. I think that was the last time I checked. So obviously they had to do like certain modifications and expand the whole thing for that to be possible. But like 5 years ago or even 10 years ago, like you could not imagine, companies or teams would not even think about having a cluster, like one unified unit that would have 10,000, 100,000 virtual servers underneath within the same network. So that's the level we're talking about. And prediction is, and I also think it's super logical, that if AI unlocks your productivity as a single engineer, it doesn't mean that you're going to fire everybody else, all your colleagues. It just means that the companies, maybe it's a good thing that companies are hungry and little bit greedy, because they're going to be like, oh, we can do more with the same amount of engineers. Or one engineer can do so much, so let's hire another one, because then they can add even more value to whatever we're trying to achieve. So I thought that perspective was interesting, because it should take away the fear of people thinking that companies will suddenly just scale down because because one engineer can do 10 times more or is more productive than before. And let's see what one thing that I wanted to mention here, and actually let's go to the next slide, which is the roadmap, because I wanted to address an important, this ties to whatever I talked about in the previous slides. I've heard many times from people, a lot of people have this perspective of there are enough DevOps engineers already out there. Like, do I still need to learn it? Like, clearly you know now, because I showed you all the statistics and data instead of just opinions, that there's a skill gap. But a lot of people still had this perspective of, there are already so many people who know DevOps, so what, there is no supply demand gap anymore, so it doesn't make me safe or secure anymore to learn DevOps. And that was confirmed by situations where, and I've heard this often as well, where someone said, I had a friend who got a DevOps engineer job and they were fired, right? Or I've heard so many DevOps engineers who were let go. And that contradicts with the statement of, if companies are so desperate for DevOps engineers, if there's the gap, right? Thank you. Okay, so if there is such a gap and demand, and there's 70% of supply demand gap basically, how come that there are DevOps engineers who get fired by companies, right? It doesn't make sense. Well, it makes sense if you think about what's under the hood, because there are many people who have a DevOps engineer title in LinkedIn, or they even work as DevOps engineers in their current work, who don't know DevOps engineering. And it was a surprise for me at the beginning, but it is a very realistic scenario where there are people who basically are given this title because probably the IT manager or the employer doesn't know what the DevOps role requires, so they are given this title, or junior DevOps engineer, who just doesn't know DevOps, and they're sitting there, okay, I need to build a CI/CD pipeline, but I have no idea how to do that because I don't have the skill set, but I have a DevOps engineer title. And of course, it makes sense for a company to basically at some point see, okay, that person is not able to build CI/CD pipeline, and we don't have engineers in our team to either validate his knowledge or teach him or her so that they get to the point where they become productive for the company, because there's no one who can actually take over that role. So those engineers get fired because company now needs to look for someone else who can actually build those things. Again, the title versus skill set and what you can actually do. And that is the explanation for this seemingly mysterious thing of why are DevOps engineers getting fired if there is so much demand for it. And that's literally let's go here. That's literally the supportive claim of, like, if the company, like, if you have the skill set and if you are so much more productive because of AI, company's not gonna fire you. It doesn't make sense because you are now 10 times more valuable as a single engineer. And so to tie that back to the roadmap, because I think it comes down to the problem of a lot of people, again, who have the DevOps engineer title, they don't know how to self-validate their knowledge. Like, I've learned all these technologies and I have done Docker and containers and Git and whatever, but am I ready? Like, am I ready to apply for the DevOps engineering role? Or many people, they work as DevOps engineers and they feel like a complete imposter because they're like, actually don't know what I'm doing, or I know these technologies, but I can actually build those processes. So that comes down to how much you need to learn and to what level. And okay, I'd say a question of whether there's a roadmap for 2 months instead of 6 months. Let's talk about this. So this was, so as I told you guys, when I created DevOps Bootcamp, I couldn't find a roadmap or like a structured curriculum for DevOps. So I basically just sat down and creating this roadmap took me probably 20% of the time of creating the entire program. That's how deliberate I was about this, because the question of, like, if you want to learn DevOps in 2 months, just think about this. DevOps is one of the most complex set of skill sets if you want to learn it properly. And I would argue that yes, it could be that you are a little bit impatient because you want to get a job, and you could get a job as a junior DevOps engineer. But going back to what I just said, I highly suggest you not to learn just enough to become a junior DevOps engineer. The job requirement that I showed you, where they required like 4 things, that you knew 4 things, yeah, you could learn this in 2 months. But like, what is the ultimate goal? Like, if you become a DevOps engineer or join a company with whatever the DevOps skills that it require, you want to be able to walk into your job, or if you're working remotely, to log into your computer and from day one be able to, look at their systems, look at their CI/CD pipeline, look at their Kubernetes cluster, and know exactly where to configure what to optimize, how to do it. You know containers, you know Kubernetes, you know how to troubleshoot and debug, you understand the networking concepts behind it. If you know basics of things, and if you learned in 2 months, I would argue you cannot learn as deeply the complex level of DevOps, then you're going to be sitting there feeling like an imposter syndrome. And yes, you did a shortcut and you got your job in 2 months, but it doesn't, like, the state that you're going to be in is not going to be satisfactory. Like, you're going to feel like there's still so much that you need to learn in order to feel confident. And I would argue that it's much worth, or how to say it, it's much better to invest that additional 4 months, so that when you actually start working or sit at your computer and log in, you have this clear understanding in your mind where you look at the Kubernetes cluster, you know exactly what to optimize. You look at the CI/CD or a set of tools that they have and say, okay, we need to speed up this process, and I know how to do it. We need to refactor this part. Let's add a state file to Terraform because that's not a best practice. Let's secure this part of Kubernetes because that's not a best practice. Like just the difference between these 2 levels of understanding. And again, do you want to be just good enough to get the junior DevOps engineer role and then constantly have a fear of company firing you because your skill set is not good enough? Or do you want to be like, I can build CI/CD? Like, again, the concepts are not like endless, right? You just learn how to build a complete CI/CD pipeline, not just like 1 or 2 steps. You understand how to configure a production-grade Kubernetes cluster, how to use Terraform to set up a proper infrastructure. And if you master those things, like, you're set for life. So I always argue for, from the perspective of like promising people and kind of luring them in. And I could be like, yeah, let's do it in 2 months or 3 months. But it's just not realistic, because I genuinely want to give you advice to learn slowly, deeply, properly, invest the time, because that's the shortcut. Like, that's literally the shortcut. I am a slow learner. Like, when I was learning Kubernetes, I literally broke down like every single part of it, even the parts that I was not using myself, but like the control plane components. I just wanted to understand how the architecture worked, because the deeper your knowledge is, the more confident you are about your skills, and the more valuable your skills become. And when you're learning new stuff on top of that, it just stacks easily, because you have so much surface level knowledge. Not surface level knowledge. You have so much knowledge that the surface of your knowledge is so broad that you can fit any new tool on top of that, right? You don't have these skill gaps where you're like, okay, I have this new tool and I don't know where this fits because I have some gaps here, I have some gaps here. So that is a very long answer to your question of 2 month to 6 month roadmap. Yes, you could squeeze it, and move some parts away from here, but I want to kind of influence you and change your perspective to be like, you know what, let's not try to shortcut our way to learning DevOps properly. If you're really serious about it, let's take our time. 6 months is not as if you're comparing it to university degree, like my university studies for engineering were, I think it was 3 years, and like 3 years to 6 months. And in university, you're not learning DevOps, that's for sure, because you're learning some outdated curriculum that they have. So I would argue it's 6 months is not as much time, actually, if you really think about it. And by the way, I forgot to mention, so this is considering 15 to 20 hours per week dedicated to learning. Okay, so it's not like 5 years. Yeah, that's another college degree. But so this is not full time, because obviously understand that most people have jobs who want to learn DevOps. So this is the calculation of this is for 15 to 20 hours per week of net learning. So actually dedicated to learning. Okay, so what do we have here? Yes, what I was saying is that, let's say you have the curriculum, you know what to learn. And this is probably the biggest problem that I see. Okay, so let me try to explain to you how to learn the most effectively, so that you can still save time, because you also don't want to be learning 2 years and be in like a going into cycles and circles of learning different technologies, and after 2 years realizing, okay, you still cannot build those processes. So let's reverse engineer. There's a lot of text here, but I'm gonna try to summarize it for you. Let's reverse engineer. What are you trying to learn? So what is it that is the most valuable for the companies, most hireable, but also not just hireable, but once you start working as an engineer, what will make the company go, you are the best engineer that we've ever had, because you are bringing so much value to our company. We never want you to leave. If you ever decide to leave, come to us and we'll give you everything that you want, right? So what is that level of value that you can give the company as a DevOps engineer specifically, or DevOps related role, that you want to learn? So what is that? What problem are you going to be solving with DevOps skills? Again, just the limited set of concepts, right? If you go to a company and you look at their CI/CD processes or automation processes, and you can tell them, this process has so many bottlenecks, it has these problems, it needs optimization. Let me design a clear strategy of how to change this step by step. So it's 10 times faster, much more efficient. The test coverage is larger, and we have a continuous deployment instead of whatever manual processes we have here. How valuable do you think that skill set is for a company? And so that's one use case, because CI/CD is kind of the backbone of DevOps, okay, or DevOps processes in general. Or let's take another example of, again, like so that's the release side, and we have the infrastructure side, right? Let's divide it into Kubernetes and infrastructure. Let's say you go to a company and you see that they have created this AWS infrastructure by clicking around or executing some AWS CLI commands, and you go there and you're like, guys, we have 3 environments, or we need 3 deployment environments. Why don't we create a Terraform configuration project that acts as a blueprint for all the environments that we have, and then we can automatically create them, we can configure them, we can adjust them, and we can basically do that with best practices. And you offer that solution or plan to your team or to your company, and you say, by the way, I also know how to implement this, because I have all the skills. So you guys, the software engineers, whoever is in the team, I'm gonna teach you and guide you how we can move there, right? Again, how valuable do you think that skill set will be for a company, especially considering the statistics I've been talking to long already, statistics that basically show how what the supply demand gap is between DevOps engineering skills required and people actually having those skills. And now let's reverse engineer from that. So we're not learning Docker, we're not learning Kubernetes, we're learning how to actually build that process end to end. So can I look at any AWS infrastructure and map that into a Terraform configuration? Do I have skill set enough to understand what the current infrastructure looks like and basically just create a blueprint on Terraform? Do I have enough knowledge to make sure that we know how to collaborate on Terraform configuration? Do I have enough skill set to go into any project that has a CI/CD, look at their tools, understand the concepts, and design a system that optimizes their CI/CD pipeline and basically creates a continuous deployment? And what are the skills required for that, right? So what do I need to learn? And what you don't need to learn is those tools in isolation. If you learn Docker, how does that fit into any of those use cases that I mentioned? If you just know Docker, you don't know anything else. Or you just know how to use Docker in isolation, you just know how to use Kubernetes in isolation, you just know how to use Terraform in isolation, how do you combine those tools together to build those processes? Like if you can't map them to this is how an end-to-end pipeline should look like, then that level of knowledge is not enough for you to be valuable enough, and because you're not able to build those processes. So always think about, am I able to build a specific use case? What are the tools involved, and to what level do I need to learn those tools in order to be able to build that process? Okay, I hope this makes sense to you guys. Please tell me in the chat if you have any. Yes, if you have any questions regarding that, because I'm really passionately explaining this to you, but I don't know how this resonates. Yes, so building use cases, actual real use cases versus learning Docker and Kubernetes, okay? Because it's like you're starting top down. So you're starting, what is the use case? What is the high level use case that I'm trying to achieve? Now let me see what are all the tools involved in building that use case, and to what level do I need to understand them to combine them together to have that use case, right? Versus, okay, so I have all these tools that someone told me that I should learn because they, just suggested that. So I learned a little bit of this, I learned a little bit of this, but I don't know why. Like, why am I learning how to create a Docker file? Why am I learning how to write a deployment file for Kubernetes? Like, what's the purpose, right? So you are completely detached from the use case that you're trying to build. Okay, so I see this is an interesting question. What are wait a minute, I think I can show the question on the, yes, hello? Okay, it's a feature of our streaming software. So what are the chances of these tools getting replaced in 6 months? So you have to start all over again. As I said, guys, think about, okay, so let's think about use cases and reverse engineer to, okay, these are the tools. Now, there's another layer between that, and this is super important for me. If you've, in some of the videos I've mentioned this, concepts before tools, right? So, concept of containerization. So every tool is implementing a concept, right? The tool did not just come out of nowhere. Every tool was created to implement a specific concept underneath. So you have the containerization, which existed long before Docker. Docker just implemented it in such a user-friendly way that containerization concept became widely adopted, right? Because of the user-friendliness of Docker. Container orchestration, again, existed before Kubernetes. Kubernetes was just one of the implementations. CI/CD is a concept, and Jenkins is just one of the implementations. And let's say, first of all, I have two-part answer to that. Let me show that again, actually, on the screen. Okay, yep, there you go. Two-part answer. First of all, I showed you in the statistics, I designed this curriculum 5 years ago. 5 years after, we went through the job descriptions. The same tools are used and repeated and listed in most job descriptions, right? Like 80% of the tools are same for every single job description that is under DevOps engineer title. So these tools have not changed in the last 5 years. And again, the other statistic that showed you the most demanded skills currently, which were the same exact tools. So that's one part, which is there is no signal, like there's nothing that is showing us that those skills are going to be replaced, because it is like logically, why would industry want to replace the tools that already have become standard? Because now all the companies and all the teams would have to do the hard work of changing to migrating to new tools. And as I said, there's so many good alternatives to Jenkins, but it still remains because the pain of moving to a new tool is much higher than using the existing one, which may not be as good. Let's say in the extreme case, they get replaced. Let's say something else comes up, which is a replacement of Kubernetes and nobody uses Kubernetes anymore. The concept of container orchestration, let's say you learned Kubernetes starting from the concept, which is my absolutely important approach, because you first start with the concepts to understand why you're learning this tool in the first place. If you understand the concept of CI/CD, why it's important, what is it doing, if you understand the concept of container orchestration, if there's a new tool that replaces it, the concepts make up probably 70% of a knowledge of a tool. So you already have the knowledge, and now you just need a new tool, which is like 20 to 30% additional knowledge, versus someone who doesn't understand the concepts, who needs to learn everything from scratch. So again, GitOps was a new concept, but it didn't introduce anything new. It just CI/CD for application, like software, CI/CD for infrastructure as code, right? Just like application code. DevOps was a new concept, but it did not introduce anything new. It was like, how do we plug out or remove the manual steps and automate things? So it just used automation everywhere. That was like just a new flavor of an existing set of concepts. So concepts do not change. And if you understand the concepts, if you learn the concepts when you're learning the tools, and this is, again, my highest priority, like every tool that I teach, I want you to understand, why was this tool created? Like, what is the underlying concept? And if you have that knowledge, then you will not care if tools change or not. Again, a long answer to your question, but I hope that helps. So, awesome. So I'm seeing that it makes sense. It made sense what I was talking about, which I'm happy about. Good. Yeah, we're going to talk about certifications later. But yes, so when you're learning stuff, please keep this in mind, top down, okay? Do not start with a tool, and do not start with the syntax, because if you don't know why you're learning a tool, then you should not be learning it. So first understand what is the reason behind it. What do we have here? Okay. And this DevOps roadmap, again, this could be a little bit misleading, because it shows the technologies, right? So it shows Git, build tools, artifact repo, containers. Let's talk about this one, CI/CD pipeline, okay? So it seems like you're learning just Jenkins, you're learning just AWS, you're learning just Kubernetes. So this is actually a roadmap that we use, that I used to build DevOps Bootcamp, and this is misleading a little bit. Maybe we should change this, because Jenkins is an orchestration tool that orchestrates multiple tools, right? It's literally like, imagine a pipeline, and then you have like a line here, and then you have all these other tools that integrate on that, which automatically means that when you're building something production grade with Jenkins, you're automatically using all of these other tools in the ecosystem. So every technology that we have, that we're in the DevOps Bootcamp, or that you are learning in general, you need to learn with the combination of all the other tools, okay? And the sequence is important here, because let's look at this. Let's look at container orchestration, right? Let's say you get to Kubernetes. If you don't know containers, if you don't understand the concept of containers, and if you don't know Docker, you're gonna be missing a huge piece of knowledge that is needed for you to, like, how do you learn container orchestration if you don't understand containers? If you're learning Kubernetes, why are you learning Kubernetes? Because it's a deployment environment, so you need to deploy something to Kubernetes. And it doesn't make sense to learn Kubernetes without actually deploying something to it. And if you want to deploy something to it with the best practices, you should do it with CI/CD. So here in this module, I think we should really change this. So in this module, in Kubernetes module, for example, I was like, how do I use everything else that we learned from here? Linux, Git, build tools, the cloud concepts, containers, registry, basically every single tool in combination with Kubernetes. So how do we build an automated pipeline that builds a Docker image, connects with Git, which is configured with Linux, and deploys to Kubernetes cluster on AWS. That's how you need to learn, okay? Not Kubernetes in isolation, not AWS Udemy course. How do you take all the technologies and basically combine them with each other to build a streamlined flow of things? If we move, Terraform, for example. So it makes no sense to learn Terraform before AWS. And I've seen this, and this is crazy for me. People who learn Terraform because it is a demanded tool before they understand cloud or AWS, because you are automating AWS cloud infrastructure provisioning with Terraform. So if you don't know AWS and cloud services, what are you automating? Or like, you need to understand what the services are, not only what you're automating, but why you're automating it, right? So deployment part of it. And then you can layer Terraform on top of that. And once you have that, again, how do I now configure, provision and configure an EKS cluster as a deployment environment that CI/CD pipeline deploys to, right? That uses all of these tools here, okay? So every single tool should be, like Ansible, for example, it only says Ansible. But in this module, for example, here, we provision Terraform, AWS, I think it's EKS cluster with Terraform. And then we hand it over to Ansible. So the servers are there, and Ansible then configures the servers once they are provisioned. And it basically has the best practices of, we need to wait until the servers are not only provisioned, but initiated. And then how do I integrate Ansible into CI/CD pipeline and basically do all this more complex stuff, basically. So I hope this, again, makes sense. Do not learn tools in isolation. So this should actually be like here, for example, here, it should be all these tools in one section next to Ansible. That's how you should learn things. All right. So I covered how AI is impacting DevOps. You guys are gonna get recording, so please check that section. I think I kept it short, I'm not sure, but yeah, we covered that completely. Good question, very common question, so that was important for me to cover. Let's see. Yeah, we're gonna talk, so do I need software engineering before DevOps? We're gonna cover that. You need some type of IT knowledge, but we're gonna get to that actually. And again, this is an interesting story. So please tell me in the chat, because this is also a very common use case. And I probably, honestly, with transparency, I probably would have done the same if I was in the shoes of many other engineers. So Patrick, so he was basically a network engineer, and he told me that for 1 year, 1 whole year, he was learning, doing different tutorials and learning basically these different DevOps technologies. And after 1 year, he said he did have like a theoretical knowledge, like he learned Terraform, he understood like how, cloud concepts and a little bit of Kubernetes and Docker. And after 1 year, he was not able to build a single proper DevOps process after 1 year of learning. And please tell me if this also resonates with you, because that is a crazy result for 1 year of, and he was like properly learning, like, using all the, crash courses and doing Udemy courses and stuff like this. So, and I was genuinely interested. I was like, what was missing? Like, why were you not able to build like a complete DevOps process after so many tutorials and so much knowledge? And the biggest disconnect is, the problem is when you're doing a crash course, it's like 1 hour, and then you're doing a Udemy course, which is like 2 hours, and you're learning different technologies. There's just no depth for you to understand how you take that knowledge and combine it with all the other technologies that you also learned in bits and pieces somewhere else. And that's the problem. Like if you cannot combine technologies together, like if you don't have this high level understanding of, it's like a building with Lego stones, right? I take this thing, I take Docker, I take Kubernetes, I take Jenkins, and I combine, or GitLab CI, whatever, combine this in this way, and it gives me this perfectly streamlined thing. If you don't have that big picture understanding, which a crash course will not give you, and if you don't know then practically how to combine those skills, then you're gonna feel yourself that you don't know how to build DevOps processes. And that's the missing piece. So, I really don't care, like if you do our trainings, if you learn by yourself. I'm a self-learner, okay? I learned most of the software engineering myself, but if you need to use a really correct approach, because it's really easy to waste a whole year doing all these tutorials and thinking you're being productive, but at the end you don't have any skills. Like literally just from day one, if it's your day one learning DevOps engineering skills in general, start building something. Take one of the use cases that I mentioned, like the complete CI/CD, forget about Kubernetes for now, and start building that complete CI/CD, okay? Do not just write like test and build and that's it. Like really think about like what is the production grade CI/CD, what it looks like, and how do I then implement it step by step. It may take weeks, it may take a few months, but when you're done with that, you have automatically learned everything that you need for each tool at the level that gives you that depth of knowledge. And it could be 4 months, 5 months when you reach that level, if you're learning alone, for example, but you're gonna be way more ahead than someone who has been doing tutorials for a year. Okay, so you're still gaining a lot of time. So if I can give you this one piece of advice about learning properly, this would be it. Just build stuff from day one. And this is also something that you can, that's what you can, when you're applying for jobs, as I mentioned, just ignore this 2-year and 5-year job experience. If you can send a company along with your CV a GitHub or GitLab portfolio of the projects that you have built in order to learn DevOps skills that you are applying for, they're gonna consider you as a very strong candidate, because that is demonstrating to them, this is the skill set that I have. You don't have to convince them in interview, because they see, okay, you have built an end-to-end CI/CD project while learning, how to build it, while learning these DevOps technologies. Yeah, I mean, I can stress this 100,000 times, and I repeat this 1,000 times, and I will do it because I think it's super important. Two parts: understanding why each tool exists. So I really don't understand when the, either content creators or educators, when you start a Docker crash course and it starts with how to write a Docker file, or, how to execute a Docker run command. Like, that's not where you, like, as I said, if you don't know why you're learning a tool, you should not be learning it. You should first be understanding why that tool exists, what problem it solves, and how that fits into this use case that we're trying to achieve. And only once you understand that big picture, then you're like, okay, I know Docker is a tool that lets us package our application in like an artifact that has everything packaged into it, the code and the dependencies and everything. And then that gets basically, because it's a movable artifact, it gets stored somewhere in a central place from where I can download it to servers, to different environments as many times as possible. So it kind of distributable. Okay, now understand the concept of why Docker exists. Now I can be like, okay, how do I build a Docker image, that artifact to package everything? Now it makes sense why you're writing a Docker file, right? Now it makes sense what the Docker registry is. Now it makes sense when you execute a Docker command to push an image, a built image, to a Docker registry. How to pull an image from a Docker. Like, all of this makes sense because you understand why you're doing each step, okay? So, like, again, if this is the second thing that you can take from this live session, is before you dive into any tool, please first understand why the tool exists, why it was created, why it was adopted so widely, and then start learning the syntax and how to do each of the concepts that it covers. Yes, and these are, and I highlighted this because I know these are the biggest pain points that people have had. I don't know why these things are blurry. Like, literally, like, look at this underlying stuff. Big picture, the combination of tools. Where is it? Already, yeah, we've had this a lot. This was a really surprising statistic for me when we started gathering data on our DevOps bootcamps. We asked people what their engineering backgrounds were and why they enrolled. And we saw, on the second place, we saw DevOps engineers. And I was like, why are DevOps engineers enrolling in our DevOps bootcamp and learning DevOps? Aren't they supposed to know DevOps? Like, they're working as DevOps engineers. What are they doing here? So we realized that there are a lot of DevOps engineers, mostly juniors, so that's understandable, but DevOps engineers who were kind of given the title or kind of, forced or just appeared into that role, that did feel like they were missing skills. They felt like an imposter syndrome. Why? Because they could not build the processes that the companies wanted them to build. So the skill gap is always resulting from you not having the big picture understanding of things. So they knew how to use Terraform, they knew how to configure CI/CD pipeline, but they didn't have a big picture understanding of things, and that the things that click. It's like looking at zooming in into a part of the puzzle, but not seeing like what the entire image looks like. So that's how it kind of felt for them, this entire knowledge. And honestly, I did, like, my purpose was not like, oh, let me give people like big picture understanding of things. I just try to reverse engineer from what is it that you need to learn to have the skills that you need, like a deep level of knowledge. Basically, the level of knowledge that I had, I just wanted to put it into the program. And it was kind of a side effect or byproduct of it, that we needed to build those tools, use those tools in combination, which automatically resulted in having a big picture understanding of how everything combines, because that's how I always learned everything, to understand, okay, what is it doing? Why is it, why was it created, and then how to learn it. Yeah, this was the survey actually that we did. So we had software engineers, so most of them, we still have it. I think this was 2 years ago or so, statistics, or maybe it's the latest, I'm not sure. So yeah, 24%. And then the second biggest one was DevOps engineers, sysadmins, and then we have non-IT. By the way, are there any non-IT background people here for the who are transitioning into DevOps? Let's see. We don't have a plan for MLOps bootcamp yet. The reason is because we are currently using all our resources to, update, like continuously update all the programs. Most, like 80% of our focus is always on DevOps bootcamp and then on DevSecOps bootcamp, because those are the most important platform trainings or programs for us. And we just don't want to distribute the focus too much on MLOps, but it is definitely planned. So as soon as we have resources, because like this may be like my perfectionist personality, but if I do something that I want to do it like with full focus, with as much resources as possible. So as soon as I feel like we can dedicate a lot of time to like extensive research and everything, then we're gonna start working on MLOps as well. So let's say, yeah, we have a lot of non-IT people. Perfect. Let's see. Dental hygienist. Yep, we've seen a lot of different backgrounds, by the way. Yeah, data science without IT. Yeah, so you see this other here? This is, where am I? This is non-IT. 23%, which is actually the biggest group here. So, which was a second surprise for me, because I was like, what are non-IT people doing in our DevOps bootcamp? Because DevOps is not an entry level position. But yeah, I guess when you're motivated, when you're ambitious, and when you're willing to learn, and I'm happy that it was easy enough for them to kind of. I mean, I would still argue that it is going to be, of course, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for you if you don't have any IT skills than for people who have some kind of background. But clearly, it was possible for them as well. And we have like some of the biggest success stories of like our bootcamp participants who are working at like MLOps engineers or like senior DevOps engineer roles. They actually came from non-IT backgrounds, which surprised me, because the non-tech background people actually completely crushed it compared to like, I mean, not compared to, but like they're doing it extremely well. Like in terms of getting to the seniority level very fast, which obviously shows how motivated and committed they were. Yeah, I saw some questions about time as well. What's your advice for non-IT transitioning into DevOps? It's honestly, it's the same as for everybody else, with only exception that so obviously, if you have like zero IT, you just have way less context to start learning any DevOps, like any engineering skills, right? So for example, if a software engineer is learning DevOps, they don't have any knowledge of this, mostly of the operations side. So all of that is like new area for them. If a sysadmin is starting DevOps, they have completely missing skills in the software engineering part, right? So that's a new area for them. So they need to feel whatever skill set they're missing. As an non-IT background person, you just have to feel both skill levels, basically, right? From operations and software engineering side. And obviously you get that prerequisite knowledge also in the DevOps bootcamp. But by the way, this was the reason why I created back then the IT fundamentals course, which I did not want to create because I wanted to focus on DevOps specifically. But I just saw that there needed to be some type of fundamental understanding, conceptual understanding of software development lifecycle in general. Like, how is software created? Like, what is software? Like, how do engineering teams work? What is agile style of work? So a little bit of prerequisite knowledge so that you can actually tie the DevOps concepts or learn the DevOps stuff on top of that little bit of context. Yeah, so like the roadmap for someone who is non-IT for us, like from our perspective, has always been do the IT fundamentals, which is, it's not software engineering. I didn't want to teach like software engineering course. It was, what is it? What are the fundamental concepts you need to understand so that DevOps makes sense for you? Okay, so it actually again comes back to if you don't know why you're learning something, you should not be learning it, right? So if you don't know why DevOps is important, why it was created, then you should start by completing that gap. And the way to complete that gap is understanding why was DevOps concept created, because there was a certain way that application was developed. So software engineering teams worked in a certain way, which was, creating application code and then basically shipping it along with some checklist to the operations engineers, who were then kind of managing the deployment environment, the servers and stuff like this, and making sure that that new version of application would run on that deployment environment, right? And it was kind of like a back and forth without any how should we, like, common language between them two, because software engineers and operations engineers had such different set of responsibilities, language, just a set of tools that they were working with. There was literally no overlap between them. There was no interface. And that's what you need to understand before you learn DevOps, because then you will understand why DevOps is important and why you should learn it in the first place. And that's what I tried to cover in the IT fundamentals course, which, obviously is like way smaller. And then that would give you enough foundational knowledge, or exactly the foundational knowledge that you would then go ahead and learn DevOps, basically. So that was the thought process for us, to be like, okay, how do we, there was a step missing, basically. So if you imagine a staircase and you're making this huge step because there is something missing. So we added the IT fundamentals course as okay, now there's a middle step so that you don't have to make such a big leap, so to say, on the way to DevOps Bootcamp. Right. Yeah, and it's like, if you come from a non-IT background, it sounds very, very trivial, but it's important to understand how software development teams work. So it's not just the technologies. Like like in the IT fundamentals course, I actually teach how do you create Jira tickets and how to track them. And I kind of role play with, okay, you have a product manager and you are a test engineer, and you assign and you are a software developer. So you write your feature and you assign it to a test engineer, because if you've never worked in this type of environment, it's going to be, and if you join a new team and suddenly they're working with Agile and they're using Jira boards, and you're like, I've never seen, I know, like, I'm a professional in Kubernetes administration, but I've never seen a Jira board, and I've never seen like heard of Agile. That would be like a very weird discrepancy. So I thought even if it's easy to learn, I thought it would still make sense to familiarize yourself about the way software engineers work, so you understand, you kind of understand their perspective as well. So all show this. Software engineer students, people need this IT. Everyone who has no software, like no IT skills fundamentally, they need this, because again, like you need some kind of layer or context to learn DevOps or to start learning DevOps, because you need to understand why you're learning it in the first place, right? Okay, yeah, we're gonna talk about certifications as well. Okay. Every DevOps engineer has the same skill set. How to differentiate the resume with each other, and what's your opinion on certifications? Yeah, we're gonna talk about that. This is a good question. I can't pin this. Generally speaking, you remember this gap that I showed you between supply and demand? So there are DevOps engineers who have the title but not the skill set. So if you are in the same camp, then it's gonna be really difficult for you to compete. Actually, you're not even competing with anyone, because if you generally don't have the skills that are hireable, it doesn't matter, because the gap still, like demand gap still exists, but you're still not hireable, because it's like you have so many non-IT people and there's a demand for DevOps engineers. So like it doesn't match the requirement, right? So if you have DevOps skills, that you're not even competing against anyone, because there is a huge, like a massive gap. So you're already standing out. The problem is, let me see where the question was. Yeah, so the problem is, how do you not differentiate yourself, but how do you prove or demonstrate to the employer that you have those skills? And it is not through certificates. Like I can tell you, certificate is the most common way that most people go, especially ones who don't have the DevOps skills, so they try to compensate it with. So it's definitely not the way to differentiate yourself or to feel or to demonstrate your actual skills. The thing that helps you demonstrate your actual skills is your portfolio. If you have a DevOps portfolio that shows whoever you're sending an application to, if it shows that you have built a complex CI/CD pipeline in Jenkins, GitHub Actions, whatever tool set, if it shows that you have configured a complex AWS infrastructure with Terraform, and I'm saying complex explicitly, because if you send them a project that has like 50 lines of Terraform that is provisioning an EC2 instance or 2 EC2 instances on AWS cloud with a basic networking configuration, that's not proof that you can build DevOps processes. That's a proof that you probably have done a crash course on Terraform and can do like the basic simple stuff. And again, I like to reverse engineer all the questions from like, what is the end thing, and then how do we think like top down? Think about this. Let's say what the next slide is, maybe it fits it. So if you have a skill set that many people can acquire in a very short time, how valuable do you think that skill set is? So for example, I don't know, let's again, I don't have anything against Udemy. We actually had a Udemy course ourselves, but I'm just taking it as an example. If you take a Udemy course that has 100,000 enrollments, which means 100,000 people basically did the course, maybe half of them completed. If you have a project from a course that 50,000 people completed, you are now in the pool of category of 50,000 people who did like a 2 or 3 hour course with like basic understanding of a tool. Now compare that to how many people do you think will genuinely sit down, take like a complete CI/CD pipeline, or do like a training as extensive as our DevOps bootcamp, for example, because yeah, it's a commitment of 6 months. That's a lot of time that you have to dedicate, right? Next to your job. So how many people compared to that do you think will sit down and take an actual use case and try to learn by building this stuff every single day, for multiple weeks tirelessly, troubleshooting when things break, instead of everything just working with the happy path and easily, and building really complex scenarios and then uploading that as a Git portfolio. The difference is huge, right? So you have maybe 100,000 people here and you have 1,000 people here. So that's how you really differentiate yourself. Because if you are in that pool of so many people who are doing basic stuff and have basic portfolios, that's not going to help you demonstrate anything. If also, maybe another perspective that helps, always think if you were an employer and you received your CV as an application or your job application, whatever you send them, right? You may be sending them your LinkedIn profile, your portfolios. Would you hire yourself for that position? Would you be like, this is an amazing candidate. Let's ignore everyone else who applied. Let's take him because he obviously seems like he knows the stuff and he's exactly the right fit with his skills for our requirement. So if you're honest with yourself and you go through your own application and ask yourself, would I hire myself if someone applied with this application? And if the answer is no, then you can think, okay, why not? What is missing? It's not demonstrating the skills enough. Then you can then go and fix those problems. And if the answer to that question comes up to be, oh, he doesn't have enough certifications, then sure, go ahead and do those certifications. But most certainly the answer will not be, he's missing some certifications. It's probably going to be, he hasn't demonstrated skills enough for us to think that he can do the actual work that we want them to do, regardless of what the job requirements say. Yeah, I hope that makes sense. That is awesome to hear. And this is basically, I have huge respect and admiration for people who not only go through, by the way, can you write how in how much time you completed DevOps Bootcamp or you finished the DevOps Bootcamp? Because it is quite extensive, and then they go to DevSecOps Bootcamp, which is also like, obviously it's an advanced level after DevOps Bootcamp. I have huge admiration for you because I know that it's like you need to be motivated, you need to be ambitious, and you need to be like really dedicated to that. So amazing. Let's see. All right. Home. Yeah, that's an interesting one. So there was a question about home lab. It kind of jumped around, so I don't see it anymore. Home lab of Kubernetes clusters, and there was also where do we find real world use cases to build your portfolio? Yeah, that's a tough question because like if you search for it like on blog articles, probably you won't. Maybe you will find like some real world scenarios of people sharing their experiences. You know what? I'll show you a free resource. You can get this on our webpage, by the way. So let's see how practical this is. Okay. So this is so we have the DevOps Bootcamp curriculum. This is not the one. This is demo projects. And let's say you want to build. You want to find a realistic demo project and you want to build it basically independently. You want to figure out how to do it. So let's go here. So this is the demo projects that we build in the DevOps Bootcamp. So let's say you jump in. So the first ones are, so here you see the logos of the tools. So this project basically uses those tools. So let's go to a little bit more complex one. So let's go to the one that uses Jenkins, Docker, Linux, Git, Java, but not like you're not programming anything. There's a Java application already given and you're just using build tools for Java. Yeah. So let's do this page. So you go here. Should I zoom in? Yeah. So it says create a CI pipeline. So this is CI pipeline. We're not deploying anywhere yet because we're building this step by step. And this alone without CD will give you really, really deep knowledge. So here's the description. You are creating a CI pipeline for, this could be any application, by the way. The programming language really does not matter because you should be able to work with any programming language. Because sometimes we use Java, sometimes I use JavaScript, like Node.js, like we mix it up because you should be able to work with like whatever. So you're building a CI pipeline on Jenkins that deploys an application in whatever programming language, builds as a Docker image. You see here, so you're installing the tools in Jenkins. You are installing Docker on Jenkins so that you can execute Docker commands on a Jenkins server. You then create credentials to connect your pipeline to Git, where the application is hosted, and then create different Jenkins job types. Let's say you create a pipeline, like a simple or multiple branch pipeline for the project with a Jenkins file, right? Not clicking in the UI, you're scripting everything. Remember, DevOps is about X as code, so everything is code. So you connect Jenkins pipeline to Git repository, where the application code is hosted. You package it into, you can skip this part. Let's say you have a JavaScript application. You create a Docker image and you push the Docker image to private Docker repository. Like if you literally just do this part, you will know more than people who do Udemy courses. I swear, like if you take this, if you download this PDF and if you sit there, maybe it will maybe take you like 1 to 2 weeks to figure this out yourself. And if you build a pipeline that takes any project, you can find projects on GitHub or GitLab on our profile. Package it into Docker file and push the Docker file into a private repository. Just do that. That's one project. And let's move on to a little bit more complex ones. This one, for example. So now we're doing CI/CD. You are doing the same. Where's the CI/CD part? There you go. So all these technologies combined now. Because remember I said no tools in isolation. You need to combine everything together because you're building a complete process. You're not learning Docker, you're building a CI/CD process. So you build a Docker image, you push it to repository, you increment the version automatically, or you can even skip that part, and you deploy that Docker image that you just built on an EC2 server, right? On AWS. Creating a virtual machine on AWS is very easy. And you deploy that new Docker image, or you pull that from a Docker repository to the EC2 instance. That's it. And then you can extend it to the next stages. Let's see what we have here. Kubernetes. So instead of deploying to EC2 instance, deploy to Kubernetes cluster on EKS. And then you know, inside Kubernetes, again, like I switch between applications, so it's not Java all the time. Sometimes it's like a Node.js, for example, that has a MongoDB database backend, because you should be able to, like, you don't need to understand JavaScript. You don't need to code in JavaScript or Java, but you need to understand how to deploy any application written in any language to the deployment environment as a DevOps engineer. So literally just take these demo projects and choose the ones that have like this combination of tools and just try to execute them. Like these are real projects. Like if you want to understand how real and production grade these projects are, we had engineers in our bootcamp who literally took the Jenkins files that we built and copy pasted that for their projects. Like they literally took the Jenkins file from one of the projects and basically took the file and migrated it to their own project and made some slight modifications, and that was it. And that was live in their production. And they did the same with like Helm charts for microservices. They literally took like the Terraform modules that we create with the backend configuration, the state file, and just copy pasted without any changes for their companies. So you can use that as a reference for production grade projects. And yeah, and then you can use the help of AIs, resources in, like, if you either don't have time or you can't figure it out by yourself because it's too difficult, you always have our programs to help you. But as I said, like, I really don't care. Even if I'm a self-learner as well. If you're disciplined enough, if you're motivated enough, you can learn this by yourself. It may take a little bit more time, but you can do it if you do it proper, if you approach this correctly, which is building projects instead of just doing some courses, which still feel like you're being productive, but you're not learning anything if you're not actively building stuff. So yeah, that would be, again, a long answer to your question, but that would be my advice. When the new CK course will be starting? Oh, that's a... So we took down the CK course from our website because we are gonna update it completely. So we're basically gonna repeat the CK exam because they changed it, and make sure that the curriculum aligns it. But it's probably gonna take a little bit longer because it's not like the biggest priority for us. As I said, we are completely focusing on DevOps. And we just want to use all our resources smartly and, just have it directed on DevOps, because we are continuously updating all the programs, and the more programs we have, obviously, the more difficult it is to keep up the updates. So now we have a really good pace and streamlined process of, making sure that whenever a new version comes out for any tool or something needs to change, we're immediately doing that. And we'll see. Maybe we'll have some resources free to do the CK updates soon. Yeah. So the PDF link. So if you go here, where is it? So nope, this is not the one. So I think both. Buttons actually give you the both. So either this one, click here, or the demo projects, or you can even see them here. But if you need the PDF, just click here and send me PDF. In this email, you're actually gonna get the curriculum as well. So you're gonna get both. Let me see if the curriculum is gonna be helpful for the demo projects as well. Do I have it? Okay, so this is the roadmap that I showed you, bootcamp curriculum. Okay, yeah, curriculum just lists like what you're learning, but like lectures. But use the demo projects, because if you really want to see like what is it that you need to build, then the demo project is the one that's gonna help you, not the curriculum. Yeah. Yes, we took CK down because we didn't want to offer anything that was remotely outdated, because we don't want anyone to enroll in anything that is not like the latest version of the tools that are out there. And that's why we want to. So we have this strategy basically. Whenever there's a new version of a tool that is different enough from the version that we're teaching in the courses. We take down the course because we want to update it first, and then once it's updated, completely re-record it basically. So update means we re-record the entire thing, all the demos, then we release it, because we don't want anyone to enroll in anything that is not completely up to date. We have a reputation to uphold. Okay, this is an interesting question. By the way, I switched to questions because I'm taking way too much time with the slides, so I want to cover your questions as well. There you go. So this is an interesting question. Are we going to have access to playgrounds, like cloud playgrounds, basically, to do the demo projects? Yeah, I've heard this question a lot of times. Again, you guys know I'm a big fan of reverse engineering. So let's reverse engineer this. When you, let's say you get an interview, you get hired as a DevOps engineer. When you join a DevOps engineering project, what is the real environment that you're going to be working with? You're going to be working with real AWS cloud infrastructure, Azure infrastructure, on-premise, whatever. There is no scenario where you are going to join a team which is using a sandbox or what was it? Playground environments. Yes. So my approach, my perspective is this: if you're learning something, why not learn it exactly the way that you are going to need it in practice once you're done learning, right? So when you apply those skills that you're learning in practice, why not make your learning as similar or as close to the actual practical environment as possible? So I'll tell you an example. When I was, back then when I started in IT and I was learning software engineering, that was my first skill set. Do you guys know the platform called, what was it? Code Academy? So Code Academy was basically a platform that let you learn programming super fast because they had these sandboxes, like lab environments, and you just went there and you wrote like variable and set the value or whatever. And I did like multiple courses on Code Academy in order to prepare for my Java and JavaScript courses in the university. And I was completing the course and it was like super fast, and I was flying through lecture after another, and then I had to do the actual the practical exercise for my university project. I was like, but I don't know how to, where should I create the index file? Where should I put the JavaScript? How do I link it together? So I was not able to apply that knowledge to the actual examples, and I was like, but I learned all this stuff. And the problem was because I wasn't working with the actual file system where I had to create those programming files. Everything was in their environment. And now think about this same thing, but aggravated like 100 times because of DevOps. Because DevOps skill set is literally like you need to learn how to build an AWS infrastructure. So if you come to me and I give you a ready AWS infrastructure, which I provision for you, and you just interacting with it as a sandbox environment, how much are you learning? Like you're literally just skipping the most important part, which is how do I, like if you, let's put it in another way. If you come to me and I want to give you an equivalent knowledge of an actual practical experience. So I want to tell you, okay, I lost your name, but let's say I want to tell you, okay, let's make you build something that simulates an actual work experience. And I tell you, in the actual realistic world, you're going to be, building an AWS infrastructure with multiple EC2 instances, and you're going to be connecting them with each other. Maybe they're going to be in different regions, whatever data storage configured to it, and basically take you through the steps of how you would do it in actual real-world project. Instead, if I tell you, let's make your learning super easy, and let's make it super enjoyable and super fun, and let's give you confetti every time you get an answer correctly, it may be a really nice and smooth experience for you, but what have you learned? Like when you go and join a team, you can't demonstrate, or you don't have experience that closely mimics the actual real world scenario. So it may be more difficult, and it may be a little bit more effort from your side, but that's exactly what you need to learn so that you can demonstrate your skills when you're working. And if your concern is the cost, like the cloud cost, it's actually like the proportion of how much you're learning by actually using the real cloud environment versus how much it costs is just marginal. Like DigitalOcean, for example, and this type of, so DigitalOcean compared to AWS is more like an abstraction layer cloud. So it's like very easy to start with. It gives you, like, if you sign up for a new account, it gives you like $100 credit, which should be enough for you to cover all the costs. AWS, it costs something, but you guys know that AWS is cost per use. So for example, what we suggest our students is when you're done with learning, just delete all the resources, so you're not charged for that. And if you're learning for 10 hours and your EC2 instance is running for 10 hours, that's not going to be so much cost, right? So much money that you get charged. Or let's say, for example, another thing that you could do is you can, AWS has services for monitoring your cost, right? Which a lot of businesses need. So sometimes when I do like demo preparations for the courses, I put like a limit. It's called budget alarms or alerts. So I say, whenever I cross $100, please notify me, because it means I either forgot to delete any resources, or maybe I was lazy to delete them, whatever. So just notify me so I know that I don't get charged unnecessarily. But like, it's really not that much. Like the cost of using cloud to actually learn it is way less than the actual value that you get out of working with real cloud environment. So I know it sounds fun to learn with Sandbox. You're saving money and time, and it's fun, but it doesn't give you any value. Like it really doesn't. Like you would be even wasting your time, because you feel like you're learning something, you're being productive, but from experience, I can tell you that this is not the depth of knowledge that you want to have. Yes, so let's see. The DevOps career first. All right. Okay, let's address this one. DevOps career path feels really unclear these days. What does a real growth path in DevOps actually look like? So in terms of career growth, like if that's what you mean, this slide that I showed about, where was it? Yeah, this one right here, right? So I understand your concern. This is how, let's show it again. Yeah, this is the DevOps career path, right? So, let's say, let's make it simpler, and let's say you are starting as a DevOps engineer. And I highly suggest you don't learn just enough to become a junior DevOps engineer, but you learn DevOps properly, and then you apply for jobs. And you could become a junior or mid-level DevOps engineer with proper skills. So what is the path from there? Let's say you join a company and you start, doing, implementing your DevOps skills and optimizing your stuff. So there is always a level of seniority. So you can become a mid-level, you can become senior, you can become like an architect. There is a level of like upgrading to a new skill. For example, platform engineers are usually considered a more senior role of DevOps, so you can become a platform engineer. By the way, to give you a very simplified comparison of DevOps engineer and platform engineer is, think about, let's say you have a company that has 10 application teams, and each application team has a DevOps engineer, right? So each DevOps engineer is dedicated for making sure that that specific application team's application gets released fast to the end environment. Platform engineer is basically a DevOps engineer who is responsible for all the 10 teams, okay? So you extract those DevOps engineers out of there, and you say, okay, you guys are all using Kubernetes. You guys are all using CI/CD pipeline. So let me create one unified platform, and let me kind of manage the Kubernetes cluster and CI/CD pipelines for you. So we're gonna do this company-wide instead of each application team doing it for themselves. So because now you are not, so you're an engineer that is not just working for one team, you are working company-wide. So your value is 10 times higher because your work affects and impacts 10 teams instead of one. So in terms of responsibility, instead of depth, for example, platform engineer is higher level and they're usually paid more. A very clear one is DevSecOps engineer. And this is my favorite one, okay? I may be biased, but this is, so why it is my favorite one? Because I always think if I learn these skills, which are highly demanded or highest demanded and the least supplied, that is a huge opportunity for me to have a leverage. Like the companies will basically be begging for you to come on board. The salary will be way more different, or the added benefits will be different because you're just irreplaceable. And if you compare the number of DevOps engineers, or the gap that I showed you, compared to the gap for DevSecOps engineers, basically companies looking for this role versus supply, that gap is completely crazy because there are maybe 1,000 DevSecOps engineers in the entire world that are really DevSecOps engineers, because DevOps engineering is already complex enough. That's why I said, the message of our DevOps bootcamp student who just finished DevOps bootcamp and now is doing DevSecOps engineers, which is actually a common path that we see. Huge respect and keep up the motivation, because DevOps is already broad enough, and now you're basically layering security on top of that. But it's not cybersecurity in the traditional sense, but it's, think about every part of the DevOps process, right? Every piece of the system. So you have the application, you have the CI/CD pipeline, you have the cloud, you have the Kubernetes, you have Terraform, you have all these tools. And now think about security in every single tool, every single piece of the system. So you have security in Kubernetes cluster, security on cloud, security in application code, right? Are you allowing SQL injection? Are you leaking any API keys? Security in the CI/CD pipeline. You may be completely exposing all the credentials to various applications, right? You may be exposing credentials to your servers, deployment environments. So managing all the secrets, managing security in every single layer, that is like a huge aspect basically that comes on top of DevOps. Okay, I get some notes from Nicole in between. So I would say depending on what your goals are, like if you're motivated, if you do want to see the path, if you do want to kind of grow in your career, I would say platform engineering is amazing. It's complex. You're gonna grow and learn even more. And then DevSecOps would be my favorite choice because it just, that's like just very, very highly demanded. All right, where were we? Career development. Let's see some other questions. Black Friday in the next week or two. So we did Black Friday last year, and it was very successful because we saw a lot of people who were basically, on the edge, and they were just, on the edge of thinking this is maybe a little bit over my budget, and then because of Black Friday they were able to afford it, and I'm very happy about it because I want it to be accessible for everyone. I can't tell you exactly, so we may be sending out, or we may be doing a Black Friday campaign this year as well for only DevOps Bootcamp. So again, our full focus is on there. If we do, we're gonna send it out per email, so you're not gonna miss it. You're gonna be notified. But I'm not we're not 100% sure about it, but we're gonna definitely make sure to plan it. Okay, at least if we do it, then we're gonna notify you guys per email. So you're not gonna miss it for sure. So let me see some live coding tonight. No, we're not gonna be live coding because you know why? Because, well, first of all, we've already done. When did we start? We started at 6 p.m. Okay, so it's been going for a while, but generally because I think the biggest value that I can give you is to the top-down understanding, okay? Because before I live code anything and I give you some demo, which will, usually takes a lot of time, I want you to understand the concepts. I want you to understand the whys. I want you to, change your perspective about different things that you may see in a wrong way. I think that's the biggest value that I can give you because I'm thinking, what is it that you either don't get anywhere else or do not get in this form, in this specific form, and that's what I wanted to concentrate on. So no live coding. Thank you. That is always even though we get this type of messages very often, I still really, really appreciate all of you guys. And it still makes me happy even after. I think the Kubernetes and Docker tutorials, we uploaded them 4 to 5 years ago. Still after 5 years, it still makes me happy whenever I see someone, I meet someone, or I hear someone who learned Docker and Kubernetes specifically from us. Super happy about that. Interviews, yes, let's... you know what? Let's jump to the interviews, and I'm gonna jump back if where do we have it? We have certifications and then interviews. You know what? Let me see what we have. Yeah, let's talk about certifications because I saw many questions about it, and then I'm gonna address the interviews. Okay. So people asking do I need certificates? Should I do them? Are they proof of my knowledge and so on? So first of all, I wanted to share this statistic about so basically this shows you what is that companies value the most whenever evaluating an engineering candidate. Degree, and that's why I think the companies already stopped including college degree or computer science degree in their job descriptions, which is very smart. And I think if you see it, you can ignore it the same way as you can ignore the years of experience. Yeah, I think many companies will not like my speech today, but it is a reality. You can really ignore it, and it is in their best interest because if they are repelling a really good talent because they have years of experience, versus that person having a really good self-learned knowledge, then I think they're missing out on a really good talent base. Okay, so then we have these two. So certifications, yeah. So certification is number 3, And the top one or two are real hands-on experience and portfolio. And these are actually close to each other because, as I said, let's say you're working at in a project, you're working as a DevOps engineer, right? You have been working for 2 years, and all you did in your work was work with legacy projects. So you have not learned Kubernetes, you have not worked with Terraform because your company is, using some outdated tools and some internal weird tools that nobody has heard of. Or you basically just do not get exposure to, or let's say you are the only DevOps engineer and you just got the title because you knew a little bit of cloud, and there is no one else who knows DevOps engineering skills properly, so no one that you can learn from, and you're just doing like winging it, basically just configuring whatever, and sometimes things work, sometimes they break, who knows. And that's, you still have experience, right? On your CV, it shows 2 years of DevOps experience. And let's say compared to that, you have, taken one of those real world projects that I mentioned with all these tools like Kubernetes and Docker and Jenkins, and you've built end-to-end projects, pipelines or processes. Again, logically, which person's skill set is more valuable and demonstrates more the skills that they can actually create and build proper DevOps processes, right? One has actual experience of 2 years, but they haven't learned anything. Another one has learned properly because they built real world scenarios, the ones that I showed you from the bootcamp demo projects. The second one has no experience but has more knowledge. So it always comes down to, again, reverse engineering. It always comes down to what is it that we want to demonstrate. We want to demonstrate not experience, not some certificates, not some titles. We want to demonstrate, if I join your company as an engineer, am I going to be able to optimize your CI/CD pipeline, to manage your Kubernetes cluster, to teach your software developers how to deploy to the Kubernetes cluster? Let's say you're sitting at an interview and they ask you, we have this problem right now, which is we have this Kubernetes cluster and people who manage it, and then we have the software development teams, and they're messing up the cluster every time they deploy stuff, right? And this is our biggest bottleneck, biggest issue. The Kubernetes administrators are frustrated because we need to let the software engineers deploy something to the cluster, but they are misconfiguring stuff and just deploying whatever. And you're sitting there and you can say, have you thought about using policy as code to automate, to basically introduce automated checks or validation of whatever software engineers are trying to deploy to your cluster? That will demonstrate to your employer that you are able to join their team and you're bringing knowledge that they don't have currently, and you're able to implement that, and that will be a huge value add to the team. If you're sitting there and saying, I don't know, maybe we should discipline the software engineers, or maybe whatever, right? If you don't know the concepts and tools, you're not going to be able to give a proper answer. And you may still get hired if you are just good enough, but it's not going to help you stand out from other engineers who do not have this type of understanding. Or let's say if they say, we're using Terraform to automate our infrastructure, and we have some problems, which is our environments don't look same, and then we have a configuration drift, for example, which means we create the infrastructure with Terraform once, and then people just add some configurations, and suddenly Terraform does not reflect the actual infrastructure. How can we solve this problem? How would you suggest to solve this problem? And you can say, you know what? We can introduce a workflow where nobody is not allowed, but like technically not able to SSH into any EC2 instances, or to log into AWS account with a write permission or change permission, only read-only access. So nobody's allowed to make any changes. So automatically everything should go through pipeline. So we build a CI/CD pipeline for the infrastructure code whatever. So you explain the concept, design, and they will sit there thinking, this is the person that we want to hire because obviously they can solve our problems, okay? They're not going to be asking you syntax of Kubernetes manifest files. They're not going to be asking you how you write Docker files or syntax of Terraform, which is what you mostly start learning with, right? They're going to be asking you, we have this problem, how would you help us solve it, right? So that's what you should prepare for. And what helps you prepare for that is when you actually build those. So two parts. Build those things, as I said, because you learn stuff while you're building things. So you are seeing, that's where experience comes from, right? Senior engineers are valuable because they build stuff that broke, they had to fix it, they had to troubleshoot it, they went through the pain, and the pain turned into experience. And the second is understanding the big picture, the whys, and so on. And again, that's exactly why I teach the way I teach, because I think you should understand from concepts why you're learning a tool, what was the purpose, understand conceptually, then understand, okay, how does that tool implement those concepts? And then not only learn the tool, like Docker, but okay, how do I use it with this tool, how to combine it with tens of other tools to build an entire use case. So that was the answer to whether certificates are important or not. Look, if you have time, if you have resources, sure, like it's like a cherry on top of a cake, okay? So cake is your hands-on knowledge, whether it's from job experience or for building actual stuff, and certification is a cherry, okay? If you don't have a cherry, you still have the whole cake. But if you only come with a cherry and there is no substance underneath, like latest in the interview, when they ask you, okay, we have these problems, how do you suggest us to solve it? Like most certifications will not prepare you for those questions. So it's just, what is the purpose of certificate? To just get the interview? Like that's not gonna, like if you don't have knowledge underneath, that's not gonna help. And if you're asking yourself right now, okay, but what if there are other engineers who also have good knowledge, but they have certificates and I don't have it? Going back to this statistic, where was it? The supply demand gap. Let's see if I can find it fast. Yeah, this one. Yeah, you see this gap? If they have two engineers who both can answer the questions that I just mentioned, trust me, they're gonna hire both engineers, because there's no company who will be like, you know what, we don't need another great, knowledgeable DevOps engineer in our team. They will probably make place for the second engineer if they're equally good, okay? So like, as I said, you're not even competing against anyone, because if you're a good DevOps engineer, like there is so much gap, like so much supply demand gap, that you're literally just on just category of its own, because there's no competition there. It's literally just empty space, because companies need to hire way more DevOps engineers than they're available. So yeah, certification is nice to have. You can add it on top of it, but do not use it as a compensation for lack of DevOps skills, because they're gonna show anyways in an interview. And if you're a junior engineer, if you're hunting for your first job, focus all your attention here, right here, okay? Because certifications, it may sound good and nice, and this is what most people go for, but they cost money, they cost time. Like you need to prepare for those certifications, even if it's multiple choice tests, like you need to learn for them, right? So I would rather spend that time and money right here, to be honest, because that's the cake, right? So do not buy the cherry before you get the cake. Yeah, I think that analogy works good. Yeah, of course, you get help. So currently we have 4 senior DevOps engineers in our team whose sole job is to help our graduates. As I said, we are very careful about what other programs we create and what other stuff we add, because we want to focus and concentrate all our resources on DevOps, DevSecOps, like these core things. So our DevOps engineers are basically answering any questions that you may have. So for example, either you are doing a project and obviously you're following it step by step, but sometimes you have a different version of whatever tool. Sometimes you have a different configuration. It's technology. Things are not 100% identical. You can ask it. They help you troubleshoot. They tell you, okay, you missed this configuration option, you missed this parameter, you have a typo, whatever your issue may be, and they just help you unblock yourself, so to say, and continue with learning. Which is like, you can literally think of it like you have your own small consulting or coaching group, basically, that just waits for your questions until you have any, and just helps you move on with projects. So of course, the part of the experience should be that you don't have to do it alone, and you're kind of helped throughout. Right. Should we make this slides available to everyone? Yes, I think so. Yeah, we're gonna send the slides along. Yeah. Yeah. So we're gonna be sending the recording. So this is recorded session, and then I'm not sure if it's already there, but I'm gonna ask Nicole to send the slides along. Yeah, how would you build a DevOps portfolio? Let's see. This is also, because we talked so much about, or I talked so much about DevOps portfolio, which is the most important one. Let me see, do I have, yeah. Okay, so I have a few, I don't have a slide for that, but I have a few tips or suggestions about building a DevOps portfolio. First of all, most important one, instead of you just choose GitLab and GitHub and basically just host your projects there, right? And when you think about, okay, which projects do I host, and what, how many of them, and how do I structure them? Instead of creating 10 projects that show like basic DevOps processes, like, you just configured, as I said, like Terraform, use Terraform to provision 2 EC2 instances on AWS, and then maybe some basic network configuration, or wrote some basic, deployment files for Kubernetes manifests. Instead of doing that, it's way better to have 1 or 2 projects that are way more in depth. So 10 shallow projects versus 1 or 2 proper end-to-end projects. Because again, what is the goal of those projects? To demonstrate that you have deep DevOps skills, regardless of which title role you're applying for. So we want to prove that I'm able, as an engineer who is applying for this job, I'm able to build your team, your company, a complete CI/CD process. If I send you a project portfolio that shows an end-to-end CI/CD pipeline in GitHub Actions, for example, or Jenkins, whatever, if I send you that project, it directly demonstrates that I'm able to do that. If I send you a Jenkins file that has placeholders, basically just has like this, I don't know, steps for test and build, and it just echoes some stuff, what does it demonstrate? It doesn't translate to, like, it doesn't show that you have those skills. So always try to build like complex projects and show that as a portfolio, instead of doing a crash course here and Udemy course here and then having some shallow level demo projects. So that's one. The second one is, let's say you have this complex project, which is a CI/CD pipeline, and you can't have everything in code, because your you can't put the infrastructure in code, right? The infrastructure is not there. You can't send the infrastructure along. So what you do is, let's say someone is looking at your project portfolio to analyze, okay, what has this person built and what knowledge they have. First question they may have is, okay, does he actually understand what this project is doing? Did they copy it from somewhere else? Like it could be like a fork of another project. Or they may have questioned looking at the portfolio, okay, but I don't really understand what this thing does. I need to go into every single file and code and stuff. So in order to address both of these questions and solve this issue, this is what you do. You put a README file in this complex project and you document, first of all, what this project does in your own words, almost like a blog article that explains the person who is viewing this project, what this project does, why it does it, what you have built, what understanding you have of what you built, like the steps, maybe your learning notes while you were building this thing and things broke and went wrong and what you learned from the troubleshooting. So basically your thought process put into, in your learning experience, put into this document, this README, because they might not click into every single file in that project, but they will definitely read your README. And from that, they will understand exactly, okay, this person understands the concepts. They did this troubleshooting. They learned this and these concepts underneath. This is exactly what we actually need in our company. So that will make sure that you demonstrate your skills way, way better than someone who just sends like a shallow project which does nothing. Or it does something, but it's not like production grade. So yeah, I actually forgot what question I was, there was a portfolio stuff, yeah. So those are the two things to focus on when you're building a portfolio, which is less but in depth, and README with very clear explanation of what your project does. And you send the link along with your application. And third one is when you're applying for a job, make sure to highlight your project everywhere so they don't miss it. Usually they won't, because I know that from our bootcamp graduates that every employer, every company that hired them actually checked their projects. Like nobody skips the demo projects, because first of all, most people don't send them, so it's rare, and they immediately sparks their interest. And second of all, they can scan CVs, but CV doesn't tell me anything. If you've listed all the DevOps tools in there, I don't know, you say, Kubernetes, Docker, Jenkins, but I don't know to what level. And I can understand that from your project. So it's definitely the first place they look at when they evaluate your knowledge. So make sure to link it in your CV, in your LinkedIn, put it in the email. Yeah, because that's literally like the door opener to the interviews. And what usually happens, and again, I know this from talking to our graduates, is in the interviews, they usually bring up the projects. So they have looked at the project and they ask questions about the projects. So it becomes a topic of conversation automatically, because now they have something that they can talk. So, okay, so I saw that in your project you built this and this. So now tell me, why did you do this part, for example, or how did you do the handover from Terraform to Ansible, or how did you, create an EKS cluster with this specific configuration? And what they are testing in interview is that your project looks impressive, but do you understand? Like, did you write this independently? Did you write this yourself? Do you understand all the parts of it? So they are testing basically your understanding of your own project. And and like the project portfolio that I showed you, where was it? Yeah, so we by the way, we have this for DevSecOps as well. We created this for DevSecOps because a lot of people wanted to see that, again, with tools and stuff. But let's say when you have So when you do those projects, like in the bootcamp, when you go through those projects and you build this stuff, and you organize the projects in, like, for example, when we're building out a specific project, like step by step from CI to adding the CD, you end up with approximately, I would say, like 6 to 7 capstone projects, like deep level projects that you can group. Like in GitLab, for example, you have a concept of groups, so you can put them all inside as like individual projects, and then you can send them a link to your GitLab group so they can go through all your projects. And the good thing is that, let's say you have, I think this is a complete CI/CD project. Yeah, so this is one of the capstone projects, right? So let's say you have this in the list, and in the interview they ask you, for example, to explain different parts. And because you build that project, and because you understood the concepts, and because we went into the whys and everything, you're going to be able to explain them conceptually. This is why I configured EKS in this specific way. This is why I use this Docker registry. This is why we secured this part of the pipeline. This is why we do the automatic version update, for example, before release. So you're going to be automatically able to explain to them concepts because you understand your own project inside out, because you build it, you troubleshoot it, and so on. And that is like the biggest, what's the opposite of, like, that is the biggest thing that impresses the employers and literally triggers them. This person knows what they're talking about. I'm convinced about their skills. So to iterate, focus on these two. Okay, focus on this one actually, because that's what the self-learning part comes in. And you remember I mentioned that we have a lot of DevOps engineers. We have had a lot of DevOps engineers in the DevOps bootcamp. It's because of what I mentioned before. They're working as DevOps engineers either with legacy tools, or they don't have anyone else in the team who can teach them the actual best practices that they never learned. So they need to somehow fill that gap, even though they have hands-on experience, because they have the same problem. How can you demonstrate the actual DevOps skills? Have you built a complete CI/CD pipeline that is production grade with best practices? If you haven't done this at work, then it doesn't matter that you have experience. You still don't have the skills. So very important, basically, to a way to demonstrate, and the easiest way to demonstrate your knowledge. And there was also a question about, if people have different, same or similar portfolios, how do you stand out? Trust me, like 80%, probably even more, of people do not have Git projects or project portfolio of DevOps projects that is complex enough or deep enough for employers to even start comparing them with others. So I think this fear is completely irrelevant, because as you can imagine, most people do not even take, even if they do build the project, they don't even take time to put it in a proper organized way in the Git, send it along the job interview. So like, if you just do this, you're gonna be in rare or few engineers category, because somehow, I don't know, most people don't do this type of stuff. All right. So how do you show? I think this was the question about how do you show. Yeah, let's say you have a CI/CD pipeline project, right? And it shows that you're deploying to an EKS cluster with some Kubernetes configuration files, right? Of course, you're not gonna bring your infrastructure, and you're not gonna bring your Jenkins setup. But the thing is, it is enough to spark a conversation on the interview. So let's say you go to the interview and they say, okay, I see Kubernetes manifest files that are being used in Jenkins pipeline, right? They're fetched, and there's a code that executes that connects to the AWS infrastructure, EKS cluster, basically, and deploys those Kubernetes manifest files. So they can of course, they don't see the infrastructure setup, but they can ask you questions to validate that you understand how the implementation actually looked like in with real infrastructure. So that's going to be super easy for them to validate if they actually see the code. And the code shows you're building a CI/CD pipeline that takes the manifest files. The manifest files are code, so it's going to be in the repository. So it's not as difficult to showcase this and to demonstrate your knowledge, even without bringing your laptop with you to show the infrastructure. All right, let's see. Yeah, impact of AI in DevOps. We covered that already, so you're gonna get the recording and you can watch it again. Okay, career related. So just like I said that 5 years ago, the tools were same that are demanded now, it's most probably gonna be the same in the next 5 years. And the reason is because, first of all, they have been stable in the past years. And second of all, there is no indication for any of these DevOps tools that have matured over time, which is Terraform, Kubernetes, Docker. There is no indication for these tools decreasing in demand or being replaced. Kubernetes, like what happened with Kubernetes with AI was, it literally, like most of the machine learning projects, AI projects are hosted on Kubernetes. So now all of a sudden you have this completely new use case for Kubernetes, which like skyrocketed the demand for Kubernetes. So there's no indication for those tools being replaced anytime soon, or the demand for those skills going down. And again, it makes sense because if something becomes an industry standard, it is very painful for companies to move from that technology to a new one. So why would they do that to themselves, right? There has to be a very compelling, like completely groundbreaking change for that migration to happen. Because if it's just a little bit better, like as I said, like Jenkins is the worst, probably the worst CI/CD alternative among all the others, and it's still number one because the others are not groundbreakingly better than Jenkins. Like it still does its job, right? The concepts are the same, so it still remains in use because projects and teams do not want to migrate to new tools. So if you're worried about tools changing, like there is no logical foundation for that fear, so to say, because data indicates that those tools that have matured in the last years, where was this slide? Where was it? Yeah, I mean, these are exactly the same technologies that were like dominant. They were not dominant, but they were like clearly becoming popular 5 years ago, and they're still here after 5 years, and the demand has increased, which means they're going to be around in 5 years. In 10 years, 20 years, I don't know, but as I said, how many years or decades has Jenkins been around, or Linux or Bash, or Git, for example? So standard technologies do not change as often. Concepts do not change as often. It seems like things are more dynamic than it is. But as I said, like DevOps, GitOps, they're not new concepts. They're just different, like new flavors of existing concepts that already were there. So things do not change as fast as we have a perception that they do. All right. Yeah, we're still supporting Java 8 in my company. Technologies are slow to be adopted and incorporated. That is exactly what I mean. Yes. All right. Let's see if I have. Yeah, let's go through some of the roadmaps for like specific job roles, because I think this may be interesting for you. So we have, so we have, as I said, like multiple different backgrounds of like software engineering, test engineer, sysadmin, non-IT, like we had a chess player, and we have a ballet dancer, and we had, I don't know, like healthcare, many different fields moving into DevOps. But I actually chose these three paths. So if you are a software engineer and you're thinking about learning DevOps as part of your software engineering skills, right? You don't want to become a DevOps engineer. You just want to become a software engineer who knows DevOps skills. And the most common scenarios that we've seen, and by the way, tell me if you can resonate with this, is you are a software engineer, and suddenly, because your manager or company decided to use DevOps because it's cool and it's efficient, and it can make the software delivery faster, and it has a huge business value for the company. They were like, you're an engineer, just do DevOps now. And there was no one in the team who actually knew DevOps, so you kind of winged it and you learned it by yourself, and you had to do tutorials, and you probably watched our YouTube videos to kind of keep up, because how do you implement something that you've never properly learned before, right? And it's not like another programming framework that you can switch to, or a library that you can just learn over a weekend. It's like a completely different set of tools that you've never learned before, and concepts like container orchestration concept was completely foreign to most software engineers. So you're not just learning new tools, but new concepts, right? So this slide is heavy. Yes, I know. I'll try to summarize it or make it a little bit simpler. But basically, let me know if you can resonate with this scenario where you had to suddenly do DevOps work, or use these DevOps technologies that you've never used before on top of your existing software engineering responsibilities, right? They basically just told you, here's a Kubernetes cluster, just figure out how to deploy it with production best practices, right? So the companies started, and this is where it started. Companies started including DevOps or DevOps skills or DevOps technologies, like they would put Kubernetes and Terraform and stuff on the software engineer or full stack engineer job posts, right? And you were suddenly thinking, okay, so now I need to know front end and back end and cloud and Kubernetes. Like, what else do you expect me to do? And that was the trend basically of software engineers needing to learn DevOps. And again, like, let me know if you can resonate with this actually. Oh, you guys are still talking about the projects? Okay, we can go back to this. But the path from software engineer to DevOps has been, and the best way to start here is to again start to understand the concepts first, because I remember when when I was a lead software engineer, and I had to work with Kubernetes, I literally did not have enough time to research and understand the concepts properly, because I had to figure out how to make things work fast, and usually it was not with the best practices. So you have this time pressure where you can't even use time properly to research and learn the concepts. But it's really important to understand the high level, the big picture, and then understand what are the concepts and why you're using the tools in the first place. And the best place to start as a software engineer to learn DevOps is CI/CD. It's not Kubernetes, because Kubernetes is so far removed from what you're doing, but CI/CD is literally like the next extension of your work, because you're writing an application, and your application code, when it gets pushed to Git repository, that triggers the CI/CD pipeline. So it's like the next, like a neighboring set of skills. And just focus on understanding why CI/CD pipeline is important for your work as a software engineer. And then you can kind of slightly move all the way like to the right side, which is the operations and Kubernetes and infrastructure and stuff. Realistically, if you are a software engineer, you would need to manage your time and prioritize the tasks, because you cannot be writing code and then jumping to fix Kubernetes issue and then doing Terraform update for infrastructure like within hours, right? So you need to prioritize like what are the areas of focus for you. And I would personally just go from what are the tasks that you enjoy the most and what are valuable for the team that most like other teammates are not doing, and just focus on that. And this is probably this is clearly like from data the biggest group that we have that is learning DevOps. So this is probably the most important roadmap here. And by the way, we actually have, let me show you this. We actually have a DevOps roadmap for software engineers specifically. Let me see, yeah, here. DevOps roadmaps. Wait, where is it? Okay, I can't see cloud engineer roadmap. I'm gonna have to check this, but we do have, where is it? Okay, I can't find it anymore, but I can ask Nicole to maybe send it along. So we actually created a DevOps engineer roadmap for software engineers specifically, based on what you already know and how to use that knowledge to basically learn what are the next things or technologies that you need to learn, and how you can tie that knowledge on your existing skill set, or what skills can you reuse for DevOps engineering, basically. Let's put it that way. And yeah, and we have 2 more paths. Let me go through those. Sysadmin network engineer. This is really, this is a very standard one, because sysadmins or network engineers who were working with on-premise, they had to move to cloud along with the companies that were moving to cloud, and they were somehow expected to now do everything that we're doing on-premise in cloud, like in the virtual environment. And concepts are similar, but you still need to learn the cloud concepts first. So the difference here is that if software engineers' next natural step is to learn CI/CD, the sysadmins or network engineers' next step into DevOps, the next natural step, is actually cloud engineering. So you can start from there, because that's where you can leverage your existing skills the most. So you can learn immediately something that is a huge part of DevOps, and you can already get the wins, and you can understand stuff that you already familiar with to some point. And then you can slowly move towards the left, right? So to Kubernetes, and then to CI/CD, and then a little bit of software, like the interface of software development. Obviously, you don't need to become a coder. And then containers. And so if you're a network engineer or sysadmin, you already have a lot of the networking knowledge that is directly usable for container networking, Kubernetes networking, cloud networking, which are like all the important things that a DevOps engineer should understand with proper skills, of course. It's not required from junior engineers, but if you want to be a proper DevOps engineer, if you really want to build like solid skills, then this gives you a perfect prerequisite for learning the networking side of things in all those tools, by the way. Yeah, and then we have junior DevOps engineers. Again, let me know in the chat if we have. Yeah, I'm happy that these slides, some of the stories are resonating. Let me know if you are a junior DevOps engineer who is trying to fill the knowledge gap because you feel like you don't really understand like the big picture. Big picture, or you are missing some of the you're missing some of the concepts, or a set of skills, set of technologies, but you don't know how to let's say you know CI/CD, but you don't know the Kubernetes part or the operations part or the deployment part of things. And if that's the case, so you have this like a thin layer of foundation, and now you have to kind of go up, right? So you basically need to deepen your skills in every technology. Again, understanding concepts, understanding the high level, always top down. There is no exception for this. Understanding, let's say you're a junior junior DevOps engineer who knows Docker Kubernetes. I guarantee you that you don't understand the main concepts of those tools, because you kind of had to learn how to use Docker immediately in practical use cases, but you never took time to understand, okay, why is Docker so important, and where does it integrate in this entire thing, right? Because you use Docker as a container runtime sometimes. Now, we move to lightweight container runtimes, but it was used for that, right? So understand that part maybe. It is used to build images from the applications, to build images. What is the Docker registry and repository? What types of Docker repositories are there? What is the Docker networking, right? So in most junior DevOps engineers cases, they know the tools, they can work with them, but they are still missing some of the foundational concepts behind those technologies. And that's the knowledge gap that you have to fill, right? And then you may know how to use Terraform, or this is also a common use case. You know how to work with Kubernetes, but when you joined a company as a junior DevOps engineer, the cluster was already set up, it was already configured. So what you learned was how to, create a network policy manifest, how to write a deployment manifest, but you don't really know how to set up a cluster from scratch. You don't know how to manage and administer a cluster, how to create roles and permissions. What is the concept of RBAC? So those are the things that you need to learn as a junior DevOps engineer if you want to go to the mid-level or senior level, right? You need to have a big picture. That's what differentiates juniors from seniors. Seniors have this high level overview where they look down and they know, okay, this is how things combine. So they have this architecture overview, where juniors are, down looking up to some kind of maze and mysterious puzzle of things, because they they're too low level and they don't have like a high level overview of things. Yeah, as I said, big picture is missing, and the combination of tools, because they don't have experience. They have never built like a fully, full end-to-end processes, because usually DevOps engineers join existing teams who have already built stuff. So they're just maintaining stuff, or, writing a little pull request for a Terraform configuration project, which already has everything configured from the senior engineers. So that's the gaps you need to fill as a junior DevOps engineer. And this is exactly, as I said, the projects right here. That's when you get the knowledge, where you use all these technologies, you put them together, and then you, on top of that, understand the concepts and the high level of all of them. And that's why I always say it was not by purpose, but our DevOps bootcamp does not prepare you for a junior DevOps engineer role. Like, it prepares you for mid-level or up, because if it was for junior developers, it would probably be 2 to 3, like maybe 2 months. But again, please do not learn DevOps to become a junior DevOps engineer. Learn DevOps properly so you can enter the job market as a junior DevOps engineer with mid-level engineer skills. So that should be your goal, actually, if you're transitioning into DevOps, or if you don't have any prior experience. And then you can go from junior to mid-level much higher, much faster, if you're hired at a title which is lower than your skill set, because then you can prove at your work. It's like, yeah, I can do all of this stuff, so I should have a title of mid-level engineer instead of junior. Right. Okay, I think I'm through with most of my, let me go through this slide, because I think this is also important. And we still get some questions about, about job hunt in general, and again, how to think about the perspective of the employer and how to kind of reverse engineer from that. First of all, I kind of broke down what is it that helps you stand out, but I also said you don't need to stand out because there is like a literally, there is no competition if you're good at DevOps. Like if you're good at DevOps, they're gonna hire you. If they have a second candidate that is also good at DevOps, they're gonna hire both of you because there's just enough demand for good DevOps, skilled DevOps engineers to satisfy, the job, job supply or skill supply from all the engineers. So please do not even worry about that. So worry about actually learning the skills because that automatically means you're hireable. Now, the second question is, if you don't have experience, how do you demonstrate that you have those skills? And those was with demo projects, number one. And second one, I should mention this, is LinkedIn. So why is LinkedIn good? The biggest leverage that you have with LinkedIn, because think of it as a search engine. So if I'm an employer, if I'm a headhunter and I'm desperate for DevOps engineers because we can't find any, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to LinkedIn and I'm going to search, the company, I think the business feature of LinkedIn basically lets you search LinkedIn as a database of engineers. And I'm going to go there and I'm going to search DevOps engineers or Kubernetes skill set or CI/CD pipeline skill set or whatever. And if you have those in your LinkedIn profile, you're going to come up in the search results, right? Very simple. And now if you're in the search result and your title says whatever your skills that you've learned, and they click on your LinkedIn profile and they see Git link to your project portfolio of, let's say, DevOps demo projects, and they check that, and you have all the skills that they're looking for. Now, suddenly, you're not applying for jobs. You have recruiters and employers and other companies basically actively reaching out to you saying, hey, do you want to come to an interview? And if you think this doesn't happen for people who don't have experience, you're wrong, because we have actual people who, like, when I talk to some of the participants, they had zero IT experience, by the way. So they had done like the trainings, and they had prepared their LinkedIn properly, and they had the Git portfolio, the project portfolio from the bootcamp projects, and they got interviews actively searched by the recruiters and employers. They didn't even have to apply for jobs. So you can you can take those projects, put it in the LinkedIn, and that combination basically gives you appear in the search results. You get approached by hiring engineers. It's already 10 p.m. here, so my communication skills are decreasing a little bit. So let me wrap this up. So you get approached actively by hiring managers or employers because your skill set suddenly matches their search, and they see a demonstration of your skills with your project portfolio. That combination basically gives you a switch of suddenly you're not applying for jobs anymore. They're actually coming to you because you're, with your online presence and with your portfolio, you're demonstrating your skills. And then if there is actually substance behind it, you didn't fake all this, you get invited to the interview, and then in the interview you can demonstrate your own skills. So when I have people who come to me, who send me questions and tell me, I've learned all this stuff and I can't get interviews, or I get interviews but I don't get hired, then these are exactly the steps that are missing. I think it was one of the, I think it was Patrick or one of our bootcamp students that I talked to. He said, so he was learning basically with courses and tutorials, and he even had certificates, and he was invited to interviews, but he was not getting hired. So he basically came home after every interview and said, okay, so what is it that it's missing? So they're calling me for interviews, but then they're making a decision to not hire me. So that was exactly the things that he had to fill in, basically, which was, demo projects that demonstrated the deep level expertise. So just not just shallow projects, but like deeper ones that we teach in DevOps Bootcamp, or that I build basically. And in the interviews, the two things changed, right? He suddenly understood the big picture and connection between those tools and whys behind every technology. And he was able to explain his own projects that he built. And that was it. Like he had two interviews. I think, as I remember, he got offer from both interviews. So he got hired basically, or he got an offer from both companies, and he just chose the one that he liked more. And that's the missing part. So just look at, if you're not getting invited to the interviews, look at your LinkedIn profile and your project portfolio, because it's not showing the potential employers that you are skilled enough. If you're getting invited to interviews and you're not getting hired, then look at, okay, so I'm obviously, I'm able to at least spike their interest, but my knowledge is not deep enough. I'm not able to show that I understand the concepts, I understand the whys, I understand them deep enough to explain, how to optimize the different parts of a pipeline, how to optimize a Kubernetes cluster. So if you feel those two things, then you're not going to have a problem that most people have, which is, you won't have to beg for jobs. Literally, you will get offers immediately. And I say this with so much confidence because I know the perspective of companies. I know how difficult it is to find the skill set at the level that they're looking for. Like, again, a lot of people, we have on the Kubernetes tutorial alone, the full course that we have on YouTube, I think it has 9 million something views, right? And let's consider, let's say most people watched it twice, right? Let's say that's 4 to 5 million people. 4 to 5 million people, and there is this huge gap, right, between people who know DevOps and people like companies who are hiring for that, which means most people still have to go like deeper and understand the combination of different tools and the deeper level and concepts of those tools, because just doing a Kubernetes course or just doing a Docker course is not enough. So that's basically the difference between shallow knowledge and like really proper deep knowledge. And okay, I wanted to add something about CVs, because a lot of people tell me, how do I prepare my CV? How do I, do you help? For example, we get questions about, do we help preparing CV? CV is like the simplest thing about, and the least important thing about job application. Like you could literally take a standard, like you could ask AI to give you, you could go to AI, you can copy paste the job description that you're applying for, and you can say, give me a personalized CV, which matches like my actual, please don't lie, my actual skill set, and just personalize it to match the job description, right? So write the list of skills that I have in right order, whatever. And that will be enough, okay? You could also tell it to make it optimized to pass all these the filters that they have in large companies. Usually they automatically filter out some of the keywords and stuff. So that's it. You can literally download your LinkedIn profile as your CV. Like it is the least interesting part, because we are hiring DevOps engineers, right? I maybe looked at like one, like I don't usually look at CVs when people apply. I usually have test questions. So I look at how they can answer the questions in terms of like system design and architecture. I look at their project portfolio immediately. And if they have any blog articles, videos, like content, courses, that's what I look at. I think in the last like 4 years of us hiring DevOps engineers, I maybe looked at 1 or 2 CVs, and we've interviewed and looked at many people's profiles. It is the least interesting part because you can write whatever you want in a CV. It's such a static, uninteresting display of your knowledge. It doesn't tell me anything if you just list their Kubernetes, Terraform, and AWS, right? It doesn't tell me the depth of your knowledge, the combination of those skills. And anyone can write a good CV, right? A pretty CV that looks amazing and super optimized. So maybe do like the bare minimum that you need to do on CV, and then focus all your attention on LinkedIn, writing blog articles, focus 80% of your attention on the demo projects themselves and understanding the tools, and you're gonna crush it. And the AI, you can just use it, as I said. Another use case that I can give you as a practical tip is, because I mentioned that in interviews, they're going to ask you questions that demonstrate whether you have understanding of the tools. Nobody's going to ask you to basically say how to write a Terraform configuration file, a syntax of Kubernetes manifest file. Nobody's going to ask you that because you can search it online and it's also not relevant. They're going to ask you questions that show that you understand the concepts and the tools, and you can solve the problems that they have. So you can go to AI, again, take the job description you're applying for, and you can tell it, ask me the questions that test my understanding of the tools and concepts that this company is using in their projects. And then and as a self-check, just go through those questions and answer them and let AI validate. And if AI tells you, okay, I'm not really, or I'm 20% convinced about your skills, then you can literally just fill the gap and learn those skills or concentrate there. And that's also a way to kind of self-check, because I know that some people struggle with, I've been learning for a whole year with different tutorials and courses, but I don't know, do I know enough to be able to do DevOps work at actual company? Should I apply or not? So that's going to be your best way to validate your knowledge. All right. Okay, it's exactly 10 p.m. right now. So on point. I think I said at the beginning that it's gonna go for 3 to 4 hours. So this has been 4 hours exactly. So I'm gonna wrap this up, guys. I talked a lot, and I'm gonna probably rewatch this to understand how valuable the entire session was. I hope this was valuable for a lot of you. Please leave your feedback, send us emails, send us messages, because I want to understand how much knowledge I was able to share with you that you probably couldn't get like somewhere else or by yourself. I tried to make it as practical as possible, as less boring as possible. I hope I managed to do that. There's still some questions. You know what? We're gonna actually go through does the chat stay or okay? So we're gonna have the questions, and by the way, it's amazing how many questions you guys are putting in there. Awesome. So we're gonna actually keep those questions, and either I'm gonna do like short videos answering some of the questions that I didn't cover today, or I'm gonna do a video, like a compilation of multiple questions that you put in there. So in some way, I'm gonna make sure, or we're gonna make sure as a whole team to answer your questions. Okay. So keep them coming, and as I said, please let me know your feedback. Tell me specifically, like, if it helped you change your perspective on something, or if you use some of the techniques that I shared with you and you get a job, please share that as well. I would really love to hear that. Okay, so I'm gonna wrap up now and probably go straight to bed because it's literally dark outside already. So awesome. Thanks everyone for participating. Thanks for being so active. I mean, the chat was literally just like exploding the whole time. And yeah, it was an amazing first live stream experience, basically. So take care, everyone, in all the parts of the world where you guys are joining from, and I'll see you in the next video.